Good afternoon, everyone. Wednesday, February 16th. This is a public hearing. We have 17 bills today. 17. We'll obviously appreciate everyone who is here and taking the time to be here. Also know that the sponsor will be allowed to give their presentation, and then there'll be 2.5 minutes per witness. Certainly, we're glad you're here, and we want to hear what you got to say. Just recognize you have limited time. The order, as was just mentioned by our police officer, was modified. The first bill will be 473, so Senator Edwards, you can come on up. The rest of the order, which is outside, stays the same. I'll just quickly read it, though. 507, 461, 487, 516, 539, 463, 561, 472, 477, 480, 536, 541, 567, 542, 543, 553. Also, and everybody's got their masks going, which we appreciate. Masks are required even when you're speaking. So if you could remember that, and a mask over both your nose and mouth during that time, we really would appreciate it. Thank you so much. Senator Edwards.
Thank you, Mr.
All yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Senator Edwards for the record, District 1, Garrett, Allegheny, Washington County. Here today and ask for your support for Senate Bill 473, Economic Development Maryland Innovation Initiative Program qualifying donations. This will not take near as long as yesterday's hearing, Mr. Chairman, but this is another one of the things that came out of the task force study. Frostburg State, we think, is a big economic engine in our part of the state, just as some of your universities are in your part of the state. Frostburg State University is the only four-year institution west of the Beltway, and we've been able to get a lot of things accomplished with them being in charge and trying to stimulate our economy. So I hope that that might help set the stage here a little bit. This program we're talking about here was created to support research and commercialization at institutions of higher education by matching private donations to increase the size of research endowments. This bill would make the program accessible to smaller, comprehensive public institutions, universities, which have smaller donor bases than a large research university or a small private university. The idea is to lower the threshold for the qualifying donation from $500,000 to $200,000, which would be matched by the program. The lower threshold would be available to institutions with current unrestricted budget appropriation of $250 million or less, or more, or less, I'm sorry. According to the fiscal year 23 budget bill, this would be This bill would apply to Bowie, UMES, Frostburg, Coppin, University of Baltimore, Salisbury, UMCS, and St. Mary's College of Maryland. The thrust of this was to do Frostburg, but the task force felt that we should probably make it for all these same kind of size institutions, to be fair. The change would recognize fundamental differences between institutions while giving everyone a seat at the table and an opportunity to grow a research endowment. If there is a concern about the program resources being spread too thin, with the potential additional players, I would hope that maybe the committee would entertain an amendment to the current mandate or a supplemental budget asked of the governor. We think this would, again, be a part of the presentation of the task force and be a big cog in helping to move economic development forward, particularly in our part of the state, but also would be helpful to other parts of the state if these other institutions were included. And with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. Mr. Chairman, I think there's one person signed up to speak,
Yes,
Mary Copsall.
that is correct. Ms. Copsaddle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Good to see you all again.
Yes.
2 days in a row after a long drought. I, again, am representing Frostburg State University, and very pleased to support Senator Edwards in this initiative. Yesterday, he went through a lot of background on the work of the task force on the economic future of Western Maryland. And as he mentioned, this bill is another outcome of that work. This program was created in 2014 to support research, and it was established with this $500,000 minimum private endowment donation. However, as early as 2016, just 2 years after the program was created, the Authority Board began to consider ways to make the program more accessible to smaller schools, not only the elite research institutions. So like in 2017, you all passed legislation that would allow bundling of donations to reach the threshold. It didn't have to be one single gift. And also would allow the use of other unrestricted funds in the possession of the institution to support the endowment. This bill would make the program accessible basically to the comprehensive universities, which have smaller donor bases and different donor bases than large research institutions or even private colleges and universities. The lower threshold, as the senator said, affects about 7 institutions in the state. I would say that the vice president of advancement at Frostburg never even considered participating at 500,000. It was just too far a reach, especially to get donations. We get great donations, but most of them are for scholarships. So to get a different kind of donation was just too far a reach. But he's practically giddy about the idea of just 200,000.
Very good.
Thank you. So I would urge a favorable committee report.
Thank you. So does this then have all of the entire, all the state schools now covered by this, or there's some that still aren't? And I heard you use the word comprehensive.
Well, so that's just a way to distinguish between College Park and UMBC, who are R1, Research 1
Yep.
institutions, and smaller guys. And that's what the task force was trying to find a way to do, a tiered kind of system.
So are all the
So
state
everybody
schools-
is eligible
Now, okay.
now.
Very good.
Yes.
Very good.
Sorry.
Senator Young?
2 questions. First one, if it's about economic development, why not include all the small private colleges that are in areas that need economic development also?
So, if I may.
Yeah, you're the expert.
I think the part of the issue is the definition of what makes a smaller university. The task force and this bill relies on the state appropriation
Yeah,
as the line. I don't know that there's an equivalent measure for the privates that would,
I'm not following that.
okay. I don't know how we would distinguish between a large private Johns Hopkins and a small private Hood College.
Well, you are distinguishing between Johns Hopkins and Frostburg,
Yes,
so what's the
because
difficulty?
Frostburg, the bill would establish a known threshold, an objective number that's in the state budget.
Well, I would still say there's
Okay,
McDaniel and Westminster, there's Hood and Frederick, there's Mount St. Island. Don't need to name all the schools. But if it's about economic development,
yes.
why not open it to any small school?
I guess if y'all wanted to amend it to that, we looked at it from standpoint that this task force was for 3 counties in western Maryland.
Yeah,
Frostburg's the only institution, 4-year institution. We have no private institutions I'm aware of west of Washington County. You have one in Frederick County. And so we looked at it from standpoint, initially, we were just going to talk about Frostburg, but then the task force felt maybe we ought to include all public institutions in the same kind of category in it, which might, a better way to say is help get support from the rest of the state to pass this bill, more or less. I mean, I'll throw that out there, because a lot of people would say, just what you're saying, well, you have Frostburg, why not UMES, why not Salisbury, blah, 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 which is fine. If you all support this approach and you want to include private institutions, fine. We're trying to get this passed for Frostburg State mainly.
Senator Young, if we could, you make a good point. I think we should explore this more in the work session,
yeah.
and we can take it from there.
My second question is, you're talking about like $200,000? Give me an example of what you do with $200,000.
So actually, if it's matched by the state, it would be 400,000, right, the endowment. If we raise 200 and the state matches, which granted is not a lot of money, does not throw off a lot of investment income. However, it could be enough, even at $18,000 to $20,000, to sweeten the salary pot for a certain kind of researcher that we want to get on faculty, where our state budget allows for so much, but if we could throw another,
Well,
because it's not that different, if I could, I'm sorry.
I'm more interested in the economic development benefit than hiring another employee.
Right, so the economic development requirements of this is that the project or the faculty member has to spend time either in collaboration with other institutions or federal agencies or with a private entity. They have to spend basically 1 day a week, although that was changed to actually just 20% of the year, working in private industry or in something more affiliated with private industry.
If I might, Frostburg has a small research section of their campus. They do get some companies come in there doing research who may trigger something that's going to explode into something to be done, which boosts economic development. Some of them aren't asking for a whole lot of money. So this would be beneficial in trying to get more of that. Just as College Park has a similar thing on their campus, but they have more money to put into individual projects there.
Okay, I would love to see more of how it's going to create jobs than an employee at the college does.
Okay, well, we'll attack that in the work group.
Yep, sounds perfect.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thanks,
Mr.
Senator.
Chairman, members of the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Stallings,
Thank you, Mayor.
507.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. For the record, I'm Senator John Ray Salling. And guess what has happened? The unexpected. As we know, it's COVID. And COVID has changed everything today. The budgets, the food chain, and many things. But let's not forget our workforce. This bill will provide and allow for contractors to petition and to be reimbursed for the increased cost for materials when the prices dramatically raised, such as in every case in COVID and the pandemic. The past 2 years have been a dramatic impact on every area of our lives. One area that has been negatively impacted is areas related to the cost of construction materials. Contractors who have agreements with our state have been put in very serious financial straits by having the cost of their materials skyrocket literally overnight. In some situations, contractors are doing the job for nonprofit because of the fact that they have to cover the cost of increased in material prices. While we have been seeing some prices go back down, we are still in a pandemic and we continue to have supply chain issues. And there is no guarantee that the prices will not skyrocket again. This bill would work to allow construction contractors with the state to have a clause that will provide for a way to work around the fact that there is a dramatic price increase due to events beyond contractors' control. It allows for a request to be made to adjust the contractors because of increased cost materials. The definition of what is a substantial price increase is left up to the department to allow for flexibility. This is an emergency bill to allow for immediate help for our contractors. This bill also has precedents in that there also are similar allowances in the federal level. I think this bill would go a long way in helping our contractors get back on track and also to provide future issues of unexpected price increases from adverse impact to our contractors. I hope we can get a favorable report. I know I have a few witnesses and experts that can even more go in detail about some of the things that they have been going through, and I hope we can get a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. William Dodson?
Senators, an honor to speak to you today in favor of Senate Bill 507. My name is Bill Dotson. I own Modern Door Equipment Sales. We're located in White Plains, Maryland. Since we opened the doors with 4 employees in 1985, we have grown out of our business into the largest space division company in the United States of America. Modern Door deals with state, federal, and private contracts. Most of the time, we are a subcontractor who bids and operates under the umbrella of the general contractor. Today, I'm here to testify why the Senate needs to pass Senate Bill 507, which will modernize procurement contracts. As a contractor with 36 years' experience, I feel it's vital that this bill passes. The first reason, as Senator Stallings mentioned, is the supply chain crisis. There's pricing volatility in the market never seen before. Material priced on the first day of the month can be 10 to 15% higher by the end of the month. We have rocketing prices in aluminum and steel to be most critical. When a project is priced to a general contractor, factories will hold that pricing for up to 60 days. The problem in Maryland is that our state DGS department does not award the job to the general contractor within 120 days. The state delay in contract award is the second reason this bill must be passed. Again, the general contractor's bid must be held up to 120 days until the agency can make award through their normal procurement process. The problem again is the subcontractor, by the time the 120 days has passed, has already lost all pricing guarantees on the raw material. The subcontractor now must adjust their pricing or walk away from the job or risk the uncertainty of losing money. Many of these subcontractors, I want to point out, are small, disadvantaged, and minority businesses, and they're being absolutely crushed by raw material price increases. Please note the general contractor is under contract and cannot adjust his price under the current system. As I stated earlier, I also work on federal contracts. Federal contracts have a price escalation mechanism in the event of war or raw material price increases like we're now experiencing. Maryland state contracts issued by DGS do not, and that's why the passage of this bill is vitally important. Senate Bill 507 provides that mechanism to adjust the contract or raw material price increases so the general contractor, subcontractors are not hurt by market volatility. I believe that no one in this room is in favor of shuttering or hurting Maryland businesses, construction business, or manufacturing business because of lack of foresight in our contracting regulations. SB 507 provides the mechanism to correct the problem.
Thank you very much. Mark Goddy, I'm gonna wait till Mark gets up there. He's gonna help me out. I need a little help now and then.
Mark Guadagnoli.
Guadagnoli, thank you. I should have got that easily.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Mark Guadagnoli. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 507. I'm a first-generation American, a second-generation family business operator of Rainbow Construction Corporation in Waldorf, a small family business that has been operating successfully since 1963. I hold a bachelor's degree in science in architecture and engineering from Fairmont State University. Since 1996, Rainbow Construction Corporation has been performing contracts with the state of Maryland through many agencies: Maryland State Highway Administration, Maryland Food Center Authority, Maryland Transit Administration, MDOT, St. Mary's College, University of Maryland, Maryland Department of General Services, and on and on. We've seen many market fluctuations within the time that have forced material prices to increase while under contract, and we have absolutely no control over the increases. When we contract with the state for services, we first bid the project and we post bid bonds. The bid bonds provide a guarantee to the state that ensures we and other contractors are going to do what we say we're going to do for the price we say we're going to do it for. That price has to be held for, like Bill mentioned earlier, 120 days until the agency can make award under the procurement regulations, and has to be held throughout the entire build cycle. Whatever that length of the contract may be, it could be as little as 60 days on a small job, it could be as much as several years depending on the size and scope of the contract. Now, if it doesn't make it to the Board of Public Works within that 120 days, we get a letter asking us to extend our bid even further, generally 60 days. While we're in the post-bid procurement stage, we're receiving phone calls and emails from our subcontractors, many of whom are small business, disadvantaged, and minority businesses, asking if we've heard anything because material prices are going up and they can't hold their prices. The state generally requires 30% minority business participation, and most, if not all, of those disadvantaged businesses cannot afford to hold pricing. In a stable market, depending on timing, there's always increases that we as general contractors are forced to absorb. But in times of war, trade negotiations, tariffs, pandemics, crises, acts of God, it's impossible to absorb the cost of material price increases. Because many contractors are forced into default, claims begin and projects stall. This is an absolute critical time to implement this emergency legislation, as these inflationary increases are impacting us to a point where we can no longer absorb the financial impacts. Until Senate Bill 507, there hasn't been any language that allows contractors, services providers to seek recovery from those increases. So as a small business owner, representing hundreds of small business owners in the state, please support Senate Bill 507.
Thank you very much. Senator Zucker, you have a question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Whoever can answer this. So this is an emergency bill that requires each state construction contract to include a clause that basically says that the contract will be modified if there's a substantial increase in the price of materials due to specified causes. Does that also include if there's a substantial decrease?
So that's a question we expect all the time, and rarely is there a material cost decrease. It's generally in a substitution situation where you wanted a Cadillac and I'm asking you if a Chevy Sonara will do, and you as the contract manager have that option to say, no, we need the Cadillac, what's the price increase? Show me what you paid on bid day, show me what it's costing you now, and we'll determine whether we can help you out with that or not. Very rarely do manufacturing costs decrease.
Senator Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question. So we're talking of the incidents when this occurs and the increase, and what's the duration? Is it duration just the contract, or if there are successive contracts for the project?
So from the time of bid, where our bid is guaranteed by a bid bond, until the point where that material is procured and it's available to be installed or used in the services of the contract. So that point in time where we've gotten a price, 300 days have elapsed, the owner approves the product through a submittal process, which is all part of the contract. The owner approves the product, and now that price is 10% more, 20% more, 50% more. So, I mean, right now, we're doing a project in Cheltenham Veteran Cemetery, which you may have seen. The installation for that project was ordered in April of last year, and we still don't have it on site. And we don't know when it's gonna be on site. So, along with that delay, there's costs associated with it, and there's just no way to know.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that project. It's 2.5 miles from my house. I see it every day. I drive right to that light. I think, and I appreciate your answer. So I guess the point I'm trying to get to is, we understand the requests, and we understand that we're in a time where this is something we've never experienced, any of us. Is there a finite life to this, or, you know, or is it specific, task-specific, job-specific? You know, I think you mentioned that particular project, you're waiting on the materials for that project. So I guess from an accountability standpoint, where does, you know, Senator Zucker says if the price goes down.
So, this isn't a guarantee to contractors that there's some windfall coming if, you know, someone decides to raise the price on their product. Whatever the agency is that we're working for still has to review this and ensure that this is an actual cost that's impacting the project. This started out with DGS, Department of General Services, and me actually calling and saying, how can we cover some of these costs? And their response is, look, we feel for you. We know that this is a problem, but there's no mechanism in our contract that even allows for us to offer you any relief. This would only allow for it. This doesn't guarantee it. We have to make our case. We have to have the proper documentation. We have to show that there's an impact in the cost. And if it's 5 years from now and there's no increase, well, then there's no money. There's just no money. I would think that it would be hard pressed for anyone to come and ask for money for something that isn't costing them any more money on the project. And many times we absorb those because it's just not worth the time and effort it takes to apply for this through the contract modifications.
Okay, thank you. I think I have it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Young.
Just to follow up on both the last two questioners. One, I think there's got to be a mechanism based on the state approval that we could look at an adjustment up to the time the contractor gets final approval. It shouldn't go beyond that. And second, I think the senator's question was legitimate. You don't often see prices go down, but prices went way up during the pandemic, and at some point they're going to come back down, maybe not to where they were, but you're going to see the price of 2x4s and aluminum come back down some. So I think there's got to be a mechanism in there that if you bid it at a certain price and it's dropped 20%, the state would get rewarded for that too. It shouldn't just be profit on one side. So I think the bill's a good bill. It's the right idea. I think we just have to look at those two things and make sure it's fair to both sides, both ways.
I can just say, if you don't mind, Senator, this time, I guess you could say this time frame of something that happened, and it's been unbelievable, as you can see in your grocery store.
Yeah.
As you can see in anything, in materials, how much it's gone up. And the difference is that, as was stated, it was at one time, just say $10.
Yeah.
When you had the opportunity to get all the material and everything was in place, it was double that, $20. And all of a sudden, there is really no adjustment in any other way to benefit from that. You're losing. And anybody that's in business won't be in business long for that, so.
Very good. Senator Elfreth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator. This is, I think, another, as we unpack the issues we have in procurement, this is an important one. There is a letter of info from DGS. But it kind of just points out the challenges with the bill and not the solutions that I think we can all agree are needed here. Part of the problem, it sounds like, is the timing it takes for them to work through their own process, and we certainly all know that with our LBIs at the state side. Would that be a part of a solution here, is to require a faster turnaround of DGS approval?
Yes, definitely. I did read that, and I think if there was an opportunity for them to make those adjustments, it would make a difference.
Thank
Okay.
you.
We've got a couple more witnesses on this bill. Bruce Periano.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. I'm going to be very short because I understand you have 17 bills, and the 17th bill is a bill of mine, so I'm going to be here for that. I represent ACE, which is Alliance for Construction Excellence. We're a group of subcontractors, specialty subcontractors. The discussion's been very healthy, it's been very good, been very constructive, no pun intended. I really hope the committee would work on this and try and come up with some relief. It's real. COVID taught us a lot of things up and down, and whether it's within the departments, as Senator Elford, as you indicated, in terms of the process there, but it's real. I've experienced it myself and during the COVID period as well. So I would urge a favorable report on behalf of my client, and I'll see you on the 17th bill.
We had to build in an incentive policy. I like that for testifiers. William Yell.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is William Ewell. I'm the director for the Maryland chapter of the National Electrical Contractors Association. I'm here today on behalf of my association, as well as ACE, which Bruce spoke on, to express our support for Senate Bill 507. NECA represents 75 construction contractors in the state of Maryland, some 2,000 workers and 400 working apprentices. As well, you already know what ACE is, which again is a coalition of premier construction specialty contractors allied to create awareness regarding the value of quality construction. We support this bill because of the volatility of prices for material in the construction industry has obviously increased exponentially because of COVID. And the contractor is unfortunately the one that's bearing the brunt of the increased cost. In construction generally, the most stable and predictable part of a bidding is a project is the cost of material. However, since COVID-19, the cost of material has fluctuated greatly due to increased cost in labor to procure and produce and manufacture the construction material, shipping and processing delays, as well as the inflated market for the material because of the high demand. For these reasons, the cost of essential building materials has increased beyond what anyone could predict. In a study produced by the Bureau of Labor Statistics regarding construction input and bid price producer price index between August 2020 and August 2021, bid prices rose about 5% over 12 months, with 8 months about 0 to minimal increases. However, in contrast, the cost of contractors' purchases soared as high as 23% over the same interval. In other words, if a contractor submitted a fixed price bid in August of 2020, if he put a fixed price bid in August 2020 based on material cost at the time, but did not buy that material until a year later, which is a common occurrence, the cost of the material would have risen an average of more than 20%. Given that material often represents more than half of the cost of the contract, such an increase could easily wipe out the profit from the project and potentially put a small contractor out of business. According to the same study, for the PPIs of August 2020 through August 2021, copper increased by 45%, aluminum 35%, plastic construction products by 30%, and the cost of steel a staggering 123%. So again, contractors whose purchases are weighted towards any of these broad classes of material could have experienced an even greater increase in cost towards their project. Senate Bill 507 is critical for the members of ACE, NECA, and contractors in the construction industry by making sure that when a dramatic increase in material cost increases, which are unforeseen and out of the hands of the contractor, they have the ability to reprice the increase. Thank you, and we ask for a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you all very much. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to make a little adjustment in the schedule. We're going to move to 5:39, then 5:16, and then resume back to where we were.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazzoni and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, Senator Sarah Elfreth, representing District 30, here with my wonderful county executive to introduce Senate Bill 539, which I look at very much as a kind of a cleanup bill for our first responders. As this committee knows, we've enabled local jurisdictions to provide tax exemptions on property taxes for certain groups of individuals. Anne Arundel County has a couple different series of districts, including shore erosion control districts, waterway improvement districts, shoreline special community benefits districts, all of which add on to property taxes. Anne Arundel County has been providing the exemptions allowed by state law for these special taxing districts. We just want to make sure the state law is in compliance with the practice, and I certainly believe it was the intent of this body to ensure that, to the extent possible, we make these exemptions available for active duty and disabled service members, disabled veterans, surviving spouses of individuals who died in the line of duty. Again, this is, to me, is a common sense cleanup bill to ensure that we are respecting the intent of this General Assembly and Anne Arundel County. And with that, I request a favorable report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Executive, welcome.
Thank you, Senator Elfreth, and Senator Bidle as well for co-sponsoring this. And thank you, Chairman Gazzoni and Vice Chair Rosapep for letting me speak and moving me up in the list. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I mean, the senator said exactly what this does and exactly why this is. I was surprised to learn that what we were practicing was in fact not legal under state law, and we want to make it legal. And we want to make sure that the surviving spouses and the disabled veterans get the same tax exemption that they get on the rest of their property taxes on these special districts. So we expect the delegation to support this unanimously when they meet on Friday, and our timing is just a little backwards. So we hope that you'll support this as well.
Very good. Any questions? Yes, Senator.
I just want to comment, it's the first time I've ever seen a county executive come in supporting a bill making the illegal legal. And I really appreciate it. I think it should be a good model for county executives across the state.
Story of my life, but we won't get into that.
Just aligning policy.
Very good. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Okay. Senator Griffith, I notice you've got two bills, and I noticed that you don't have anyone testify. You want to just sit there and?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. It's 461.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, Mr. Vice Chair. Many of you all know that in 2020, I was named to the Council for Procurement on Health, Education, and Social Services. At my first meeting of that commission, it was decided that there was duplicative work between two commissions, the Procurement Improvement Council and that one. And so I put in a bill last session. Actually, those two councils were merged. And so the Procurement Improvement Council went into effect last year. The new council went into effect in July of 2021. And they hope to improve their efficiency with this bill, Senate Bill 461, which accomplishes three things by the Department of General Services. First, it assesses fees for the eMaryland Marketplace Advantage. This is the state's electronic procurement platform. The fees assessed would be placed into a special fund and the Operations Revenue Fund, called the Operations Revenue Fund, and it would be used to cover the cost of providing the State Procurement Office services. The second thing the bill does is consolidate the pricing authority of the state's three preferred providers under the Pricing and Selection Committee for Blind Industry Services and the Employment Works Program. So currently, as we've heard in our briefings, the three preferred providers are the Maryland Correctional Enterprises, Blind Industry Services of Maryland, and community service providers. These three industries have preference in the statute where state agencies must purchase goods and services from them if they provide the good and service. And the pricing has been authorized by the Pricing and Selection Committee of the Department of General Services. At this time, fair market price is established by the Pricing and Selection Committee for the community service providers and blind industries, while DGS does it for Maryland Correctional Enterprises. So this bill consolidates the pricing authority for all three entities under a Pricing and Selection Committee and changes the name of that committee for the preferred providers. The third thing the bill does is clean up language in statute to conform to the intent and purposes of a Procurement Reorganization Act that was passed in 2017 to reflect the role and authority of the Chief Procurement Officer. And so, Mr. Chairman, we have in the committee room, I believe the Chief Procurement Officer, Mr. Zimmerman, is here, as well as the Deputy Procurement Officer, Mike Hafey, for any questions that the committee might have on Senate Bill 461.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Okay.
We're going to move on to Senate Bill 516. Senator Augustine?
Thank you, Chair Gazzoni. I've been here now, this is my fourth year, and this is my first time in front of this committee, so. Yeah, someone say good luck?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to need it. Chair Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosa Peppa, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, Senator Augustine here, seeking a favorable report on Senate Bill 516, Equitable and Inclusive Transit-Oriented Development Enhancement Act. Colleagues, this bill extends the More Jobs for Marylanders program by 3 years and expands eligibility to certain businesses located in transit-oriented development areas. The bill establishes the TOD Capital Grant and Revolving Loan Fund and its purpose, funding sources, and authorized uses, and includes an annual budget bill appropriation sufficient to ensure a fund balance of at least $10 million at the beginning of the fiscal year. The bill also requires the Secretary of Transportation to submit a report to the General Assembly by November 30th of each year, beginning in 2023, on efforts to increase TOD in the state. We had a companion testimony and hearing. Justin Financer just came from there on Senate Bill 514, which really talked about creating a framework to advance MARC and MTA investment programs to improve our rail services. It's important because these two things go together. These are very important elements that really do come together. Now, Maryland does have a history of investing in mass transit. We put forward funds for our system. It's why we have the 6th highest share of transit commuters across the country. Right now, of course, we know ridership is down, COVID-19 pandemic. Transit continues, though, to be very essential to the hundreds of thousands of Marylanders who commute around the state. Now, in 2008, the General Assembly enacted an official transit-oriented development designation process to which the state allows projects within a 1/2 mile radius of designated TOD stations to be eligible to receive state support to advance transit-oriented development around that station. However, that 2008 statute did not build in tangible monetary incentives necessary to support the development, which is often more logistically challenging, expensive because of higher land costs and the need to work around, to complement the existing transit infrastructure. As of January 2022, there are 17 state-designated TOD sites through Maryland, which are eligible to receive support incentives envisioned in this bill. By encouraging more transit-oriented development at these 17 sites and future designated sites, we can create a more inclusive, accessible Maryland. That's why this is one of the transit caucuses many of you are members of, priority bills for this legislative session. And I must say, one of the significant barriers to Maryland's growth is mobility. This bill really does support some of our most important priorities as a body as well. Access to economic opportunity. I recall in my previous time, when I was on the WMATA Board of Directors, National Harbor was coming online, tremendous opportunity in Prince George's County. One of the most difficult things that we had was actually figuring out a way for people to get to the opportunities that were there. We couldn't figure out a way. We wanted to have a transit system that would help to get people to that place. It was a barrier to people's ability to access that economic opportunity. In contrast, we have the development at Owings Mills, which I'm hopeful that you will hear about, and where it is accessible. And you can see where there's an opportunity where people are actually able to get to those jobs, which is what this is all about. This is also about environmental stewardship and climate change. We know that a significant amount of our impact, our negative impacts on our climate, have to do with vehicular travel. And this works to mitigate that as well. So we need this tool in the toolbox to make some of these investments work. You'll hear, hopefully, from Councilmember Glaros. Sure, there she is. Hopefully you'll hear from Councilmember Glaros, where she will talk about her tireless efforts on the TOD, some of the projects in Prince George's County, New Carrollton, specifically that she and I have worked on, where you really do need just that extra piece of support in order to make these projects pencil, and then they end up working in the long term. It's a short-term investment opportunity that absolutely pays off long-term. That's precisely why the framework of this legislation I ask is so important, and I'm asking for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Executive, you had so much fun the last one, you're back again.
This is what really brought me over here. I mean, this is a bigger ask, and it's not too dramatic, I think, to say that this is what the future of Anne Arundel County is about, that if we cannot grow at all because our residents want to protect the open space we have and we don't have a way forward for development to happen, we're in serious trouble. And so what we did when we had to do our 20-year general development plan, Plan 2040, was we said that we wanted our development to happen where we have our train stations. And so we have in Anne Arundel County 3 MARC stations, Odenton, BWI, and Laurel, and then we have light rail stations. The light rail ends at the Cromwell station, which is just north of Glen Burnie. And for us, those are the 4 sites in our county where we know that development can and should happen and where there's community support for development and there are developers ready to move forward. The only one of those 4 that is actually designated as a TOD by the state is Odenton, and we're investing heavily there. We're putting in structured parking, we're putting in a new park, we're making sure that our sidewalks go somewhere, and it turns into the town center that we envisioned. The other 3 are in the pipeline to become TODs, and we believe that by having these tax credits, opportunity zone tax credits available in the TOD sites, it's going to help us to attract that development, and this capital grants and revolving loan fund as well, and the annual report from the state will really drive this process. So like the good senator said, all of the work that we do here is going to be for the environment, it's going to be for public health, it's going to be for getting cars off the road, it's going to be the things that people care about. It's long-term stuff, it's not always the sexiest stuff, but it's, for me and my administration, it is the most important work that we're doing right now. So we love this bill, and we also love the companion bill that Senator Bidle has introduced to invest more in our MARC system, and the federal funds are there to supplement that, and now is the historic moment where we can do this. So, thank you.
Very good. Senator Quarterman.
Yes, question.
Yes, thank you for bringing the bill to us today. I do appreciate that, and as a member of the Transit Caucus, I'm very mindful of our transit needs across the state, and I do appreciate it. My question is, when you're bringing in the more jobs for Maryland, incentive to it.
Yep.
And when you talk about the transit-oriented developments, you mentioned there were 17 of them.
There are.
Outside of Baltimore County, Baltimore City, Prince George's, which are in the Tier 1, do we have any transit opportunity developments in our rural areas, Western Maryland, Southern Maryland, Eastern Shore?
There is one site, recognized site in Aberdeen. There is also, on the potential sites, we've also identified Monocacy. I mean, these are associated with, obviously, rail sites, for sure. But right now, those are the places that we have that are on the ends that are a little bit further outside of the central corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Just a point on that, just because I find this issue is important and interesting. First step for a lot of those rural areas will get the zoning to do that first. And you can designate a TOD, which we certainly have many of them, that aren't yet designated by the state as TODs, but are designated by their counties, and giving the opportunity to actually do the zoning that's necessary to make it functioning. Senator.
Thank you. A couple of quick questions. We have the world's experts here, so thank you guys for bringing this forward. This just applies to rail, not to rapid bus?
The program is a state program, and the state use their criteria to establish where those TODs are.
But it's just rail.
My understanding is that thus far, at least, it has been associated with rail.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Why are only some, and the county executive talked about Anne Arundel County, only Odenton is designated in Anne Arundel County? Is that right?
State designation, yeah.
So I just don't know, I should know this. Why aren't the others designated by the state? Do you know?
Nobody ever asked. We have gone to MDOT, and, I mean, this has been a focus of our administration, because we
I know.
believe in this kind of higher density development
well-
and smart growth.
Well, let's talk offline about that for those stations, because I represent one of those that are not designated. I represent one that is and one that isn't. A third question is, I can't quite get my head around, the money under this program would be spent by whom for what?
It would be the local, which you will hear from, the thought process, it will be in partnership with the local governments, similar to the way that they already manage a lot of the incentive programs for development. So Prince George's County, where we live, would apply and would work with the developer, third-party developer, let's say.
So it'd be a customized subsidy for a project by the county.
Correct.
And it's all kinds of, it could be the developer, it could be the tenant, it could be manufacturing, it could be office, it could be a childcare center. It could be like
The
any-
key is that it is around TOD.
Right.
It is not it's not limited.
It's not limited. I just try to get industry, not limited. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Depends on the local zoning, too.
Well, I get the local zoning issue. You know, I think you get it better than I do, but I'm just saying from the money point of
Well,
view.
yeah, it is by that, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Aguileros.
Come on up. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm County Councilmember Danielle Glarus. I represent the 3rd District in Prince George's County, and honored to be here in front of you and to speak actually on support from both our county council and county executive on this legislation that's in front of you. I think many of you know that we have many TOD sites in the county, including many that are on the state priority list, including one in Senator Rosa Pepp's district, College Park Metro Station. This revolving loan fund is absolutely critical as we think here in the state. We are at a pivotal moment, I think, as we move forward in terms of transit-oriented development, in terms of how we think about addressing climate change and reducing greenhouse gases. And this nominal investment, I know $10 million sounds like a lot of money, but at the end of the day, this is the type of money that makes projects come to fruition and not projects that sit on the shelf and flatline, which is precisely what we've experienced over the years, for many years at both New Carrollton and at the College Park Metro. Projects that couldn't come to fruition because they couldn't find the financing. They were completely approved, but not able to move forward. Projects that had to wait in line because they didn't have the additional planning dollars or infrastructure dollars needed, because TOD projects are way still more complicated than it is to build in a rural or more suburban area, whether that's in Prince George's County or in the state of Maryland. I can't think of a more important time for the state to think about this investment as we think about the future, in a post-pandemic world where we want to grow our economy and make sure that we are creating great places for people to live and work and play in. So I urge you to favorably support this legislation. I'm happy to talk a little bit more about some of our experience at New Carrollton, which Senator Augustine mentioned. We were incredibly excited to be there today. There is a lot going on if you haven't driven by that station in a long time, but it has not been easy, and it has taken conscientious investment along the way. And this is the type of fund that could actually propel that even more into the future. So thank you for considering a favorable recommendation on this legislation.
Senator Roosevelt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to recognize Councilwoman Galeras, who represents me on the county council and does it very well, and is, I think, the widely acknowledged smart growth guru of Prince George's County.
Yep.
So I'm going to ask you the question that I asked the county executive from Anne Arundel. Why are those train stops not designated by the state as targeted areas? Do you know in Prince George's?
So I think the county executive did a fairly good job of answering the question, but I think at the end of the day, the state, you'd have to really directly ask them, but in general, it's a prioritization, right? In Prince George's County, we have 15 Metro Rail.
Right.
Soon we'll have 11 Purple Line. We also have about 6 or 7 MARC train stops, right? So at the end of the day, you do have to prioritize your investments, and that's really critical. And I believe that's part of what the state's been doing over the years. But they do consider adding new ones, and I think that's exactly what the county executive spoke about wanting to do
So
more
we'll-
with the state.
We'll talk about that as well offline. Thank you very
Yep.
much.
Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this bill, and always great to see you, Council Member Galeros. You know, we've been talking about TODs for quite a while in Prince George's County, and they are, Senator Griffith and I share some stations on this southern side of the county, Branch Avenue, Naylor Road, and Suitland, and you know, and the build-up around there. So it's good that we're looking to get you know, others involved in this concept, and I look forward to partnering with you all on that because, you know, as you know, last census, Prince George's, we were over 100,000 people, you know, and so look forward to working with you all.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. And I'll mention that some of those stops are on the state's
are.
priority list.
Yep, Branch Avenue and Naylor Road are on the list.
Very good. Okay, John Hilligas or Hilligas?
Yep. Hello, thank you for having me. Thank you, Senator. My name is John Hilligas. I am here on behalf of the Greater Washington Partnership, which is a civic alliance of CEOs and entrepreneurs from the Capital Region who employ more than 300,000 people from Baltimore down to Richmond. And ever since we started, transportation has been one of the key critical issues that the partnership has been focused on because it touches all aspects of what we do every day and how we move around and how our economy functions. And transit-oriented development has been one of the key strategies that we think can help this region grow more inclusively over time, create a stronger economy, and make sure that we remain one of the best places to live, work, and build a business. As the Senator mentioned, you know, the state of Maryland has invested significantly in our commuter rail and transit networks, but too many of our stations are lacking the kind of development that we would like to see in order to make sure we're making the best use of that state's investment. To kind of preempt Senator Rosepep's question about why more stations are not designated today, when the statute was created in 2008, there wasn't any real tangible benefits or reasons to apply for the designation. So this is trying to fix that by creating a tangible benefit that jurisdictions can actually apply for. And how the designation process works today is the local jurisdictions need to apply through their transportation priority letter, and then MDOT reviews it, the Secretary reviews it, the Secretary of Transportation reviews it, and then that can be approved. But to date, there hasn't been a real benefit that jurisdictions get, which we hope this legislation will help improve that. And the grant mimics kind of a federal transportation planning grant that has been successful. But of course, it would just be targeted to Maryland transit-oriented development sites. Why do we think this is important? Because the more jobs, the more homes that are located near transit, the more accessible the state can be. The easier it is for people to access jobs, the easier it is for employers to access a wider and more talented and diverse workforce. So we think this bill is really critical. These small and competitive grants that the jurisdictions can apply for are really going to encourage more jobs and affordable housing. And it's just going to bring more of TOD's benefits, like reducing congestion, like reducing pollution, to more communities around Maryland. So with that, I urge the committee to give this bill a favorable report, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Bruce Periano. Followed by Kevin Canali.
Good afternoon again, Bruce Periano. For the record, I'm here on behalf of David Brown and Associates, who was a significant developer in Baltimore County. I'm here in very strong support of this legislation, and I'm really here in support to say that it's doable. It can be done. I emailed all of you a packet of photographs this morning. I hope you look at them. They're real. These are not renderings. This was started in 2014, really 2013, when the garage was initially built. And then everything else is there. And there's even more building going up. If you drive by there, it's a city at the end of the line of the light rail. And it's quality living, it's quality safety, it's quality respect. It's just very doable. And I applaud Senator Augustine for putting this bill in, whether it's Prince George's County or anywhere. I approached Senator Augustine and offered our assistance to just show that this is doable. It's not, and these pictures are real. And it was all done privately, private financing. There's nothing wrong with having government assistance or anything like that. But this was started, and really in about 4 years, you had most of these buildings there, and more buildings are coming up, more living spaces and what have you. And the people just walk to the train and take it wherever they want to go. There's garage space for everyone, and very quality hotel is, the Marriott Hotel is opening up very shortly. It's really quite something. And so it can be done in Prince George's County, which is one of my favorite counties. And, no, it is.
One of your
Well, my son and my daughter.
24 favorite counties.
My son and my daughter-in-law live there, my grandkids, you know?
I represent one of them.
Yes, they do, you know? And if I can brag for a second, last Friday, my daughter-in-law graduated the Air Force Academy, was made a full bird colonel.
Oh, wow.
And I am
Very good.
I'm just, really.
Oh, that's amazing.
But really,
Congratulations.
I just wanted to
Yep.
be an example of this is very doable, and I commend Senator Augustine, and
Thanks. Thank you, Bruce. We'll see you back at 17.
yes, you will, I will be here. I love B&T, you know that.
It's a lot to love here.
I know.
A lot to love. Kevin Kennelly.
Thank you.
Followed by Brian Ditzler.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Kevin Kennelly here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in strong support of Senate Bill 516. You've heard from County Executive Pittman, Councilmember Galeros, and Senator Augustine about the benefits of this bill. I won't repeat that. You have my written testimony, but I'm here to say that we really feel like this bill will allow us to leverage smart growth strategies to encourage economic development, reduce sprawl, and promote environmental stewardship. The revolving loan fund, it creates a lot of flexibility for counties, and we think that that really is maybe the last piece that we need in this puzzle to really boost this program and get this moving. We also want to make sure that we can expand this program into other parts of the state. I think Senator Quarterman mentioned that earlier. So I think there's a lot of opportunity out there that's untapped, and we think this is the right approach to move this program forward, and we'd urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Brian Ditzler, and I'm here representing the Maryland chapter of Sierra Club and its 70,000-plus members and supporters in the state. We're pleased to support SB 514 because Maryland needs more equitable and inclusive transit-oriented development throughout the state, and this bill would make that happen. Maryland has more than 100 subway, light rail, metro rail, and MARC commuter rail stations around the state, plus thousands of MTA bus stations, yet as of January, there are only 17 state-designated TOD sites throughout the state. That's unacceptable and needs to change. Creation of a special non-lapsing TOD capital grant and revolving loan fund to provide needed financial assistance to local jurisdictions that agree to make appropriate TOD-related commitments makes eminent sense. Transportation is the largest source of climate-disrupting greenhouse gases in Maryland, and tailpipe emissions from cars and trucks also are hazardous to human health. Promoting increased development within a half mile of transit has many benefits. It would encourage greater use of transit versus cars, and dramatically lessen both the amount of air pollution generated and the need to own a car. It would enhance access to transit in areas with affordable housing and a diversity of job and educational opportunities. It would increase access to transit for low-income and minority residents of local jurisdictions. It would increase revenue from transit, which is needed to help fund transit. It would encourage development around underdeveloped and underutilized transit stations, decrease sprawl, promote more walking, and promote more sustainable economic development. Providing small, competitive grants and loans to support TOD planning and construction in an equitable manner would be good for the environment, public health, the economy of local jurisdictions and the state, as well as the general well-being of Maryland residents and communities. We urge a favorable report on this bill.
Thank you very much. Any final questions for the panel or the senator? Senator Young.
Quick statement and a little dig and then a question. I'm totally in support of developing around transit. Bruce, I guess Frederick must have been your 24th favorite county because you blocked the hotel by the transit station downtown? No, you don't have to reply. My question is, Virginia has done a fantastic job in developing around their transit stations. Have the major counties, where most of them are, gotten together with the state? What has kept us from doing what Virginia did? Is it zoning around the stations that the counties can control, incentives that the state hasn't made, a combination of both? I think we could certainly use a study to look at that, because we really do need to promote development around transit stations much, much more than we have.
Yeah, I can answer that for you. It's a matter of priorities. The state of Virginia has invested significantly in their rail infrastructure. I mean, in ways that actually no one else in the country has done.
Yeah.
And that has really that is driving that transit-oriented development, economic development around its stations. We have done a very good job in Maryland, but we can just do better. We can do better. And we need to, and we are looking to invest in our existing rail infrastructure to make it more useful to people. And by doing that, it will encourage more of that development that you're talking about. We are working on that.
Okay. Well, thank you. We need to work on that real hard.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I see Senator Augustine. This is a WMATA bill, and Senator Augustine used to be a member of the board of directors of WMATA back in a prior life. In any event, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, for those of you who were back in 2018 on this committee, you may recall that WMATA, our DC metro system, is one of the region's most important regional transportation systems. Also important, vital cog in our economy, was experiencing some very serious financial difficulties with huge backlogs and capital needs. You may also recall that the DC Metro, which began operations in 1967, was the only system of its size in the United States to not have a dedicated, predictable revenue stream, which really limited their bonding capacity, among other things. So under the compact between DC, Virginia, and Maryland, any change we make to WMATA has to also be adopted in the District of Columbia and in Virginia for any change to go into effect. So that year in 2018, I worked with Delegate Corman on the House side, our counterparts in DC and Virginia, and sponsored the Maryland Metro Funding Act, which passed out of this committee and the legislature. It was landmark legislation. It provided dedicated capital funding for Metro for the first time since its inception in 1967. And we came to an agreement with the other jurisdictions on the total amount of the new additional dedicated funds, as well as the respective share that each jurisdiction was required to contribute. For Maryland, that amount, back in the 2018 bill, came to $167 million per year, an additional $167 dedicated funding stream. I would note that back in 2018, the MDOT was opposed to that bill, and thankfully this committee, despite that, passed it anyway. So the $167 million
appropriation comes through the governor's budget through the Maryland's Transportation Trust Fund. Additionally, the bill in 2018 required that the state's existing base capital grant subsidy to WMATA, which is negotiated every few years, would increase by 3% annually over the previous fiscal year. So there were two components of that bill. There's the base subsidy that had been in place that gets negotiated every couple of years. We put a 3% escalator on. And then there was the new additional $167 million dedicated fund. The bill passed unanimously again out of the Senate in 18. We got it done in Virginia and DC, and that's been the law for the last 4 years. So over the past year, there have been a lot of discussions facilitated by our Metro Washington Council of Governments. Delegate Corman has participated in that. I'm on that board of directors. We've had a lot of meetings with the DC City Council members, members of the Virginia General Assembly from Northern Virginia in particular. And just was the case in 2018, we've come up with a way to provide for a better, more efficient revenue stream for WMATA. So specifically what 463 does, it makes a tweak to that 18 law in terms of how the money is distributed in an effort to make the funding stream more efficient and give WMATA more bonding capacity. That's really the key here. That's why we did it back in 2018. By giving them a dedicated funding stream, it enhanced their bonding capacity. They could go out and do a lot more capital projects. So that's kind of the main thing. So the base capital amount, that first prong I mentioned, that's negotiated between the jurisdictions every few years. Right now it's like 140-some million. So that can be adjusted and renegotiated every couple of years. This $167 million that we put in the 18 bill, the dedicated fixed amount, that's fixed. So that value erodes over time, and right now we're dealing with the highest inflation numbers in 40 years in the United States. So that erosion, that's what we're getting at. So if we make that dedicating fund stream grow, then WMATA's ability to bonding capacity will increase. So that's basically what 463 does. It does two things. It repeals the requirement that the base capital grant increases by 3%, and instead requires that that additional dedicated grant will be equal to $167 million for FY 2024, same as current law, and then thereafter, beginning in FY 2025, that amount will increase by 3% over the appropriation for the preceding fiscal year, giving WMATA more bonding capacity. That's basically what the bill does. Now, if you look at the fiscal note, just a few quick takeaways. First, the bill has no effect at all on FY 2023 and 2024, because again, we're just keeping that 167 the same. Number two, because the capital program is fully subscribed, this is in the fiscal note until 2027, overall transportation trust fund expenditures are not affected by this bill, and the bill has no effect on MDOT's capital funding until FY 2028 at the earliest. The net effect of the bill is it would require in 2025, 2026, and 2027 some redirecting of the pie. Doesn't change the overall, but it would require some change in some of the projects. But WMATA's gone through a very difficult time the last few years with COVID. Ridership has gone down, and WMATA's bonding capacity could use a boost, and this bill, I think, does it. So again, MDOT, just as it did in 2018, has submitted opposition testimony. Again, just to remind you, this does not come into effect unless Virginia, D.C., and Maryland passes. D.C. has already moved on this bill. I hope that this committee and our General Assembly will move, and now we're working on Virginia. They've had a change. They got a new governor. But even if they stall, it's still good for us to go on the books. Eventually, when Virginia comes on board, then this would kick in. But if Virginia doesn't do it, then this, everything I just mentioned will not take place. So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that's where it is. That's what 463 does. I'd ask for a favorable on Senate Bill 463.
Thank you, Senator. We've got two witnesses, Brian Wyville and Brian Ditzler.
Thank you, Senators.
Amalgamated Transit Union Local 689 strongly supports SB 463 and urges the committee to issue a favorable report. We believe that this bill will help strengthen WMATA's ability to bond its capital funding, allowing the authority to better plan its future capital projects and gain access to necessary investment for important projects. In 2018, the General Assembly made history by passing the Maryland Metro Transit Funding Act. In the years that immediately followed, WMATA made impressive improvements in eliminating its maintenance backlog, and ridership even began to climb before dropping during the pandemic. The dedicated funding allowed WMATA to take on long-term projects without fear that the money might not be there. The federal assistance through the Department of Transportation grants were able to keep the system afloat over the last 2 years. As WMATA looks towards its fiscal year 2024 budget, it is clear that the system may face a massive deficit that could lead to service cuts and layoffs. It is essential that WMATA have the financial tools and resources necessary to avoid the worst possible outcomes. And we believe that Senate Bill 463 might be a part of that solution by allowing them better access to predictable increases to its capital budget. There are some reasons for optimism, but we still have a long way to go. It's going to take years to restore public confidence in our system. A lot of damage was done. Now we must contend with ridership recovery from the pandemic that could stretch out over years. We hope that other WMATA funding jurisdictions take up similar acts in order to implement this legislation as quickly as possible. We appreciate your consideration of our views and would be pleased to answer any questions.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Ditzler?
Hello, Brian Ditzler again, testifying on behalf of Maryland Sierra Club and its 70,000-plus members in the state. We strongly support SB 463. WMATA's Metro Rail and bus system is a key driver of not only Maryland's economy, but the region's economy, and it's a central component of our state's transportation network. It's one of the largest transit systems in the U.S. Most development in the Washington metro region is located within walking distance of Metro Rail or Metro bus stops. Many younger people and lower income workers don't even own a car, so rely on transit. Despite the pandemic and greater use of teleworking, many Marylanders still count on Metro Rail and Metro bus to get to work, visit their medical providers, travel for entertainment, recreation, and more. Keeping Metro functioning well translates to hundreds of thousands of car trips not taken every day by drivers of gasoline and diesel-powered vehicles and avoidance of all their tailpipe exhaust. This is particularly important because transportation is now the largest contributor to climate-damaging greenhouse gas emissions in the country. Pollution from car and truck tailpipes also is a major source of toxic emissions that are hazardous to human health and are linked to cancers, heart disease, asthma, emphysema, and other respiratory diseases. In 2019, the Maryland Department of Health reported that chronic lower respiratory diseases, including asthma, were the 5th leading cause of death in the state. Vehicle tailpipe emissions also contribute to ozone, smog, and acid rain. More than 85% of Marylanders now live in counties that do not meet clean air standards for ozone. Ground-level ozone damages crops, trees, and other vegetation. Acid rain adversely affects soils, lakes, streams, and the Chesapeake Bay. Maintaining Metro and other transit is critically important, not only to reduce pollution, but to serve residents in an equitable, fast, and reliable manner. Metro's continued viability is contingent on being able to receive additional dedicated long-term funding to enable WMATA to issue more bonds to fund needed construction and maintenance projects. In summary, Metro is a key driver of not only Maryland's economy, but the region's economy. We need Metro to remain strong, and passage of this bill will help make that happen. We urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for anyone who's testified or sponsor? Senator Salling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It does say, and I know you said, Senator, that the bill decreases the mandate and 24 and increases the mandate appropriations in FYI 25, assuming the contingency is met, as you were stating. But it does say it would redirect 5 million in 25, 10.2 in 26, and 15.5 in 27. is the fiscal note.
Yeah, the total, as I think I said in the fiscal note, confirms, the total pie is not changing, but it would require some redirecting of some dollars in that 25, 26, 27 timeframe. But the big picture, it's not impacting total expenditures. So that's a fair statement. I agree.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next up, 561.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 561 relates to the topic of employee-owned businesses, and it may sound familiar to this committee because this bill was brought to this committee in 2019, Senate Bill 409, by Senator Guy Gazzoni, before he became Chair Gazzoni. It's an issue gaining more attention around the country, and with the change of leadership in this committee, my cross-file Delegate Corman again, and I thought it was an appropriate time to bring the 2019 Gazzoni bill back to this committee. So I'd also add that...
I'm sure.
What's that?
You made it better, I'm sure.
I'm sure. So I would also add that Senate Bill 561 is the ultimate bipartisan bill here in the Senate. Senator Jennings is my number two sponsor, and the co-sponsor line includes a bipartisan mix of senators ranging from Senate President Bill Ferguson to Minority Leader Simon Ayer, along with a bipartisan mix of sponsors from this committee, including Senators King, Rosapep, Elfreth, Jackson, and Edwards. So with that, the bill encourages the expansion of employee-owned businesses in Maryland by exempting for state tax purposes any gain when a business owner transfers ownership of the business to the employees. And here's a little data. I think this is a very interesting topic, but the fact is right now that 82% of business owners have no exit plan whatsoever. Also, less than half of closely held businesses find a buyer, have difficulty finding a buyer when they're ready to sell. So demographically, 60% of businesses are owned today by baby boomers, and job losses associated with generational transition are expected to increase if you don't have folks to sell your businesses to when you're about to come up with your exit plan for retirement. So for business owners who want to retire, want to create an exit plan, or have a liquidity vehicle, the idea of restructuring the business so that it's owned and operated for the benefit of the employees can make a lot of sense for the employer. You have a seller then. It makes sense for the employees, allowing them to enjoy the financial rewards of successful operations. And it makes economic sense for the local community. This is particularly an issue, I think, in rural parts of our state or certain communities where it's not just the risk of the business being sold and moving out of the community, but in some cases it may, again, be hard to find a buyer, and the business simply closes up for lack of a seller, for lack of a buyer. So there's nothing mandating anything here. It's just an option and an incentive for the business owner. Just a couple other things on this. You got to get out of your head. We're not talking small nonprofit co-ops here when we talk about employee ownership. We're talking about regular for-profit businesses like any other business. And there's a long, long list of successful employee-owned business in the United States and Maryland. Public supermarkets, W.L. Gore and Associates, the New Belgium Brewing Company, to name a few. You'll hear testimony from a Maryland company today, EA Engineering from Hunt Valley, a local employee-owned business. Also, employee ownership does not mean small, or it doesn't mean that it has to be 100% employee-owned necessarily to be effective. Some of the best-known employee-owned companies are companies such as Southwest Airline is actually publicly traded. Other well-known companies such as Intel, Google, and many other high-tech companies are actually partially owned by their employees. Last year in the Joint Chairman's Report, there was actually a call on Commerce to do a study in terms of developing an employee ownership plan in Maryland, creating a new office in the context of creating, again, an Office of Employee Ownership in the Commerce Department. And here's what some of those studies show. This is a report from just November 2021. The reports indicated, the studies indicated that employee ownership results in higher income and tax revenue, higher productivity, higher job growth, more community wealth, a healthy economic multiplier effect for our local Maryland communities, a bolstered tax base anchored locally, while also eliminating the threat of businesses going to other states, greater job stability with employees less likely to be laid off than a conventional business. And so bottom line, employee ownership is a very, very attractive business structure exit plan for a business owner who's looking to sell. At the federal level, there's long been support for these kinds of structures. And most recently in 2018, there was a bill out of Congress in August of 18 expanding the authority of the SBA to guarantee loans for employee-owned business. So it makes sense. Now there's a move in the states to step up with similar kinds of incentives. And there are maybe three things we could do. One might be, and that's what this bill does, provides an exemption on any gains the owners might realize from transferring the business to their employees. There are other models, loan guarantees to banks, loans for purposes of financing the transfer, support for employee-owned businesses and government contracting. But right here, Mr. Chair, we're taking, I think, the simplest, most modest first step. And all, again, the bill does is in the case of a transfer of stock to employee ownership model, it provides a one-time tax exemption on any gain when the business is sold to the employees, thus keeping the jobs, the employment income in our local communities, along with the tax revenues in Maryland, while also reducing costs from unemployment insurance. So the only opposition that came in on this bill, it's all favorable, and I would urge you to take a look at it, because I have to say, and I love Kevin and I love Mako, but they have a document here called Tax Incentives and Local Government Autonomy. Now, there's no mention about anything about what the bill does. All they say, and it seems like more of a philosophical problem, they say that they prefer local autonomy when it comes to tax incentives of any sorts, and I'll just read the statement here. In general, MACO stands for Local Self-Determination. Counties led by locally elected leaders directly accountable in the communities they serve are best positioned to govern local affairs, ranging from land use to fiscal matters. MACO steadfastly guards this local autonomy and consistently advocates against one-size-fits-all policies that override local decision-making. That is a good statement. I don't know it has anything to do with this bill. We are state senators and we make state policy. I don't know about, again, the one-size-fits-all, local autonomy. Again, I don't think those are good statements. I don't think it has anything to do with this piece of legislation, trying to incentivize employee-owned ownership. But I love MACO, I respect MACO. On this one, doesn't make any sense. But don't take my word for it. You can read the one-pager yourself. And with all that, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'd ask for a favorable on Senate Bill 561. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Quick question, as always, Senator Feldman, you were very thorough. You talked about partial employee ownership versus full employee ownership. Does the bill set up a standard, or is it like from 0.1 to 100%, or?
I have two witnesses that are, I guess, national experts on this. I really would prefer to let them speak to it. I'm obviously broad stroke here. I think this is a good concept. In fact, gentleman to my left could probably answer it better than me.
Thanks, Mr. Croft.
Yes, thank you, Senator Feldman and Mr. Chairman and the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to weigh in with my support for SB 561. My name is Christopher Croft. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Center for Employee Ownership. I was recently a professor of sustainable communities and a research fellow at the University of Baltimore. What the bill does is quite simple. When a business owner is ready to retire, the state of Maryland will waive the capital gains tax if the owner sells to their employees, thereby encouraging the keeping of jobs and revenues in Maryland. This opportunity is just an option. It is not a mandate. Keep that in mind. It's not a mandate. The state of Iowa has had a 50% cap gains tax exemption for several years now. Looking at the bigger picture, the following developments tell an important story. A recent study in the National Center of Employee Ownership shows that employee-owned businesses have fared much better during this pandemic than other forms of businesses. Yet, past Labor Secretary Robert Reich has sounded the alarm that while working Americans are losing financial ground, during the first 19 months of the pandemic, U.S. billionaires added $2.1 trillion to their collective wealth, and that number continues to rise. In 2021, the Pandora Papers revealed how the top 1% can continue to avoid taxation through overseas havens. Recently, the RAND Corporation study on the transfer of wealth over the last 40 years from the working class to the top 1% is an astounding $50 trillion. So the working class, the struggling, what's left of the middle class needs some help with this, and this bill would help to provide that for them. When I was born, the American middle class was the envy of the world. Today, too many are struggling to survive paycheck to paycheck, and according to Noam Chomsky, even trivial social safety net efforts are impossible to get through the U.S. Congress. It's time to help working and middle-class Marylanders. Our fiscal and policy note says that there will be a one-time expenditure increase of $68,000 in fiscal 2023, but it will come at a higher cost, a much, much higher cost to our Treasury when venture capitalists buy Maryland companies, strip them of their assets, lay off workers, and pocket the profits. Let's give more Marylanders a chance at business ownership and the opportunity to build community wealth through the passage of this bill. I urge you to vote favorably for SB 561. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ian McFarland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Senator Feldman, and members of the committee. I am Ian McFarland, the CEO of EA Engineering, Science, and Technology, an environmental consulting firm headquartered in Hunt Valley with 600 employees nationally, of which about 40% work out of our 3 Maryland offices. We serve government and industry with scientific consulting and engineering. An example, Maryland agency clients include State Highway, Maryland Environmental Service, Maryland Port Authority, and Maryland Aviation Administration, and many other counties across the state. EA was founded in 1973 by a Johns Hopkins professor and has remained independent, although we were public for 15 years. That is, in resisting offers to be bought out by non-Maryland firms, by gravitating toward employee ownership, becoming 100% in 2014. Indeed, we've been quite successful, ironically, through the Great Recession and through COVID times in particular. I personally am living the dream as a firm leader because our employee owners care deeply about doing well as a business, doing top quality work for our clients, and truly being part of the community. What leader wouldn't want that? We believe ESOPs and employee-owned firms should be promoted by state policy because they make great partners and are good for Maryland. ESOP-owned firms focus on building retirement wealth, and I mean focus. The main goal of the firm is to assure our employee owners have sufficient retirement wealth to live well in their retirement. Employee owners also experience greater continuity and certainty of employment. We are long-term focused and lay off reluctantly. Indeed, we haven't laid off anyone for maybe a decade. For example, EA's employee tenure is over double that of our industry in general. ESOPs promote independence, which for Maryland means keeping firms headquartered here at home with local equity ownership, counteracting our society's growing wealth disparity. ESOPs also breed empowered employee innovation and quality work. ESOPs are making a difference in Maryland, and we believe all efforts should be made to promote more forming and their growth here in Maryland. So in closing, I thank you, and please consider Senate Bill 561 favorably. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bryant O'Kane?
Thank you, Senator Feldman, Chair, Committee. I appreciate you hearing my testimony today, the favorable outcome of Bill SB 561. I'm just going to fill you in on what I represent Capital Forest Products. I'm the Chief Financial Officer. It's right here in the great city of Annapolis. We were founded in 1981 by Mr. Michael Tishner. He had the same, as Senator Feldman discussed, he had an exit plan issue. I came to him. He had 2 outside offers outside of the state. Being that they were large offers too, as mentioned, we're $250 million in revenue annually. We're attractive to a lot of companies. I proposed the ESOP. We bought 20% of the company in 2016. We finalized the other 80% in 2021. I've used tax shelter cash flows to purchase other mills and increase the size of our company. I'll leave you with the anecdote story. When the pandemic was ramping up, I knew things were going to be bad in January, and I had all the infrastructure in place, but things I had no control over were institutional, such as mail service, payroll service, unemployment. I went to the management committee and proposed. What we did was we prepaid our employees 3 weeks worth of salary so that they wouldn't feel obligated to take unemployment, not sure where their next check was going to come from. We really fostered that we were going to take care of them. So we took care of our employees for 3 weeks. At the same time, the executive committee chose to suspend their own salaries to make sure that there was always going to be some certain amount of cash flow to take care of these employees. A lot of these people are check to check. So at the end of the day, we carried them through. No one was laid off. No one filed for unemployment. The company wound up having a good year. We passed a lot of those profits on to the employees. They're paid higher than anybody else in our market. So I'm just here to affirm everything that Senator Feldman said. I hope you are favorable to SB 561. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Thank you very much. Senator?
I just want to ask someone who can answer the question. How does this operate in terms of partial ESOP acquisition and full employee ownership and partial employee ownership?
Can you answer? Do you know the answer, Chris?
Just to clarify, the normal route is to go from partial ESOP ownership, and for many companies, they decide to go full ESOP ownership like EA did. So in our case, our founder decided to sell, and management, in combination with an ESOP, bought his 51% of shares. And the management bought as much as they could, which wasn't much, by the way. And the ESOP picked up 45% or so. We liked it so much that we decided when the time was right, after we paid off our first ESOP loan, that we would try to buy out all the other owners, which then occurred. We became partial in 2005, and our large majority kind of private equity type didn't want to sell because we were such a great investment. And we finally got them to sell in 2014. So
That's helpful, but I'm trying to get my head around just how basically what this does is exempt from capital gains if you're selling to employees or an ESOP trust, right?
yes, you defer. You basically.
It defers it, it rolls it forward.
That's right.
I understand. I guess my question is, if you only do 1% of the ownership of a company, or you do 90% of the ownership of the company, it just, the capital gains benefit just is for whatever share you do.
Yes,
So
that's
it's-
correct.
That was the thing I was trying to clarify.
No, you're 100%
It's totally
right.
flexible in terms of how much.
Right.
It is correct. The reason why they do it in tranches is because you'll have a situation where you might not have an owner that wants to give up total control, or it just might not be
No, I get it.
feasible to totally leverage
No,
it.
I get it. I just wanted to understand.
But there is
that.
30% in the initial tranche.
Say
I
it
believe
again.
the federal rule, and correct me if I'm wrong, is 30%. The initial owner who sells to the ESOP must do a minimum of 30%.
So there's a minimum of 30, so it's
That's
between
right.
30 and 100 of selling.
That's right.
Okay. The second question is, how does it work in terms of all the workers in the company? I mean, you got management, and then you got like everybody else.
It can be based on salary levels, not to cap overs at the 265 mark, I believe.
Yeah.
So your proportion of salary compared to not to exceed 265 against the total salary of the summation of those 265s as well. So you can't have one employee making $1 million and another employee making $200,000 or $100,000, and there's a split there of like 90-10. It would be 265 as the cap for that large earner.
$265,000 of
in
what?
salary.
In salary.
So you can't, similar to a 401K, if you make a certain amount, you can't get
A disproportionate share.
That's right.
Correct.
Is there any protection for folks on the lower end, for the lower paid employees to be able to participate?
There's a couple, if you don't mind me speaking.
No, go for it, go for it.
There's a couple protections. One is making sure that family can't come in. So there's a cap of like 19.99%. One employee in general can't own more than 9.9%. So there are a lot of protections. There are so many safeguards when involving ESOPs. There's nothing new under the sun. They've pretty much figured it out.
Well,
Yes.
I'm sure that's true, but I'm just trying to understand for the working class employees in a company, I mean, did they really have the opportunity to participate or really don't have the
Oh,
opportunity?
absolutely, absolutely. We have our lower end, I mean, they have tens of thousands in their retirement
Okay.
accounts.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Young?
Senator Rosenpep covered most of what I was going to ask. I love the intent. The reason I didn't co-sponsor was the way I was reading it. I'll go liberal and conservative. Koch and Buffett could have come in and one offered 1% to the employees and the other offered 2%. And so the employees really didn't own it. And I was seeing them getting away with a big tax break. But you're saying the 30%?
In the federal rule, the first level to get the tax rollover benefit is to sell a tranche of 30%. Then after that, so that if it's 30%, they'll get the tax deferral on that.
So 30% of it has to go to the employees?
30%, yes, has to be sold by an owner and put into the ESOP trust.
Okay, great. And is every employee guaranteed the opportunity
Yes.
to be part of it?
Yes, there's certain rules, like you need to work so many hours in the year.
That's
But
fine.
yes, it's very, very well regulated in the sense that it's spread out and fair.
Okay, thank you. With those two answers, I can agree to co-sponsor it and vote for it. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Charlotte Davis?
Thank you for your time.
Another witness, thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Charlotte Davis, Executive Director of the Rural Maryland Council. I also serve as Secretary of the Keystone Development Center that covers our state in providing technical assistance in cooperative development. So we strongly support the development of worker cooperatives, of which ESOP is one, and it brings advantages. One in particular is that the employees realize a higher wage for their labor. It's not just a rural solution, though. It does work in all situations, mainly in underserved communities where you're bringing in, collaborating and creating those economies of scale. For rural Maryland in particular, we know that our population is declining and it is aging. A big concern is the retention of wealth in our communities and figuring out ways that we can transition our farms and our businesses to the next generation. We funded a pilot program in Frostburg University in 2017 looking at business transition in rural areas. They identified 20 businesses in that area that were looking to exit, had no strategy, don't know what to do, and they tried to identify potential owners to come in, buyers to come in, and they could only identify 5. So we know that there's an issue related to these transitioning of these small businesses in our rural areas. So we think this is a potential solution to help that, and we ask for your favorable support of Senate Bill 561. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any final questions for the panel or the sponsor? Seeing none, that concludes that. And now that you've gotten rid of the sponsor problem, this thing might move. You're up.
Okay. We are moving on to our next bill, which is Senate Bill 536, Senator McCray.
How are you all doing today? Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I come to you in reference to Senate Bill 536. I'm joined here today by Trevor Price. Some of you may know him, some of you may not, but he's not as familiar with the General Assembly process as we are.
No, I'm not, no.
But I come to you in reference to Senate Bill 536 is just expanding the definition of the Maryland film tax credit that takes place. Trevor runs a very astounding business in my district, and I remember going to see him a couple years ago, meeting him, and there was a couple people that were there with him, and he was explaining what he did around animation and doing movies, things with Netflix and stuff like that. Well, I came by to see Trevor again, and it's like, close to 100 young people, and I'm like, they're just all on their computers, similar to what you all are at this moment, just into it at that time. I said, Trevor, where are you finding these people at? He's like, they're the college students at Micah, things of that nature. And then I really started to dig into what he was doing and how they were going about creating these animated movies, and starting to think, as I got 4 kids, what he was doing, and this is like the new wave. I then asked, like, hey, help me understand, like, these hubs that have, like, what's the best state when we talk about that has this going on? And he was like, Atlanta. Atlanta is popping right now, and this is where they are doing very much similar. And I said, well, what do we need to do in the state of Maryland to kind of mimic what Atlanta's doing? Because I just watched you bust and have from 2 to close to 100, and I'm sitting there looking at these young people and thinking, like, this is the future of what we're seeing on our TVs. So I got with the bill drafted a policy analysis, and they thought that the easiest way was to kind of expand what we have at this moment. I'll stop doing the talking because this guy's the subject matter expert, but I would also ask you to kind of let them know some of the shows that they may see on different places that you have been engaged in.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. I've never done anything like this, so I must say I thought this was going to be a little more like Hamilton, and we'd be hurling insults at each other, but whatever. As a storyteller, that's how I think. But I think the easiest way to explain what we do and how we do it is to say, last night I got a tweet from HBO. HBO has 2.9 million followers on Twitter, and the top of the tweet said, Baltimore has more stories to tell. It's a great line. Do you know what the tweet was about? We own the city. Which is HBO's new show about the gun trace unit, which is a true story. That is coming on April 25th as a miniseries. I'm not going to throw stones or hide my hands because I can't wait to see it. However, that's Baltimore's story. Now, HBO is part of Warner, and Corey doesn't know this, but in March, they're putting out a second press release. And I'm going to make sure it says Baltimore has 6 more stories to tell, because we are doing a project with Cartoon Network where they asked us for 6 ideas. Instead of my studio, which now has 70 people, coming up with those 6 ideas, I gave those jobs away to people in the city who would never in their lives ever hear from Cartoon Network. The possibility that Cartoon Network will call them and ask them for an idea is not 0, it's negative 5,000. One of those people is on the autism spectrum. I think she created a show that's going to become something. One of them is 15. One of them is 46. One of them is somebody else. And it was 6 people I either knew or just found. That press release comes out in March, because we are very important to Cartoon Network as a studio. We are also working on the next season of my Netflix show, which is going to Hulu. And we just turned in a pilot for Nick Jr., a preschool pilot. So when you say Baltimore has more stories to tell, one of the stories ever tells a preschool show about a blue rabbit who uses blueprints. Fun fact, the president of Nickelodeon, the person that's one person removed from the chairman, she's from here. She's a local kid. And not a local kid that went to Micah and flew in. She went to Baltimore School for the Arts. Ramsey Nato is a local Baltimore kid, and she's one of the top 20 most powerful people in animation in Hollywood. And she wants this to happen. So the first thing we have to do, we have raised a lot of money. The state has supported us, the city supported us. Now it's about the tax break. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, if I did say, for those that don't know, you all know Trevor Price is the former Ravens player too, FYI.
And there are things that I could go into about that, but I will give you an example of how important we are, or how important what we do is. Sony Pictures is now making the second version of Spider-Verse. Into the Spider-Verse was like the movie that changed animation a couple years ago. They're currently making the second one. They can't find animators. They are recruiting on Twitter, as in they sent a tweet out that was like, hey, if you animate, please get in touch with us. Here's an email. It's the equivalent of John Harbaugh going on Twitter and saying, hey, we don't have any running backs. Send your tape. And it's the equivalent of that if you don't understand how nuts that is to us. But right now, at our studio, there are 60 professional animators. There's 15 people that work for me that right now I could send them off to LA. They have no business working for me. I've trained them and they are that good. We have a girl that's in the top 5% of character designers in the world. I hired her out of a Starbucks. It's not a joke, right? That's true. So the animation tax credit is it's not about the money per se. It is about how do we start to build something. We are not going to become Atlanta. Because what they're doing in Atlanta has been 30 years in the making. They are building billions of dollars of big soundstage boxes. We do not have, in Maryland, we do not have the space nor the money. However, the second most important thing after those boxes is what happens on the computers in my office. The animation, the VFX. And not only do we do it, we teach it. So when our preschool show comes out on Nickelodeon 2 years from now, that's another story that Baltimore has to tell. It doesn't have to be the gun trace unit. It doesn't have to be the wire. It doesn't have to be those things. Because I can tell you right now, nobody comes to Baltimore or Maryland to shoot a TV show because they want to. They have to. And the tax credit does not matter to HBO. Believe me, it doesn't. That story is more important to the streaming wars than the $12 million they might save on the budget. That's a rounding error. They don't care about it. But HBO released that tweet yesterday. The tweet they released for me, and they're going to release it, will be very different 14 to 25 days from now. And that's what we are, and that's what we do.
Very good. Senator Zucker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Price, when you came in, you quoted Hamilton and said, you're expecting a fight, which doesn't happen here, but I just want to let you know that you are now part of the room where it happppens. Isn't that so, Senator McCray?
Excellent. I'm so excited, but I've been sitting over there for 2 hours. So I am beat all to hell, guys. I'm not going to lie to you.
Senator Young.
Thank you so much for coming in. I wish I'd known about you sooner. It upset me that all the tax credits we gave were going to Hollywood productions when we've got such a great film colony here in Maryland. What you're doing, which is probably more than anyone, but we have a very strong one in Frederick.
Awesome. That's great.
We have a couple guys there that fly to Hollywood for half a year to work on shows. One's had a top-selling movie, and there were no benefits for them.
None.
I put a bill in for several years, and finally the former chair rolled it into one of his bills for tax credits for local ones. And we might not be able to become an Atlanta, but we can sure do a lot here, and I'd rather have your employees stay here and be able to make it than go to Hollywood.
Absolutely.
So, but I guess my question is, how much are you asking in this bill?
We are not asking for any more that's already there.
Oh.
Not yet. We're not. Not yet.
Please do.
The important thing is we have to be successful.
Yeah.
So we're making 2 projects for Hulu. One of the projects we're making for Hulu is a live-action remake of my cartoon. So we're shooting with motion capture, and the same way Avatar shoots, we are shooting it. So we are just asking to put animation in the bill that currently exists.
Well,
which is one thing. If we are successful in 2-3 years' time, I will come back and ask for more money. This has to be gradual, and it has to be real. There's a reality to this business that says if we bring enough attention here, and believe me, my phone rings constantly of people looking for what we do. And I turn down business, not because I don't want their business, because we have to build something that's our own. It's not going to work if we open ourselves and say, hey, we'll work in your Disney show, we'll work in your Nickelodeon show. I've told them, no, we won't do that because that is the quickest way out of business. So we have to own everything.
Well, I'd like you to ask you to do two more things.
Yes, sir.
One, go to the people here. They've, even though we put money, tax credits in, they've made it really difficult to get, and we've got to break that down so that that money actually goes out. And two, I'm leaving, so come back and ask for more and put pressure on the people.
I will. When we need more, we absolutely will. I just think, what a tax credit does is make us like Georgia. Georgia is, right now in Georgia, another company is building what square footage-wise is going to be the biggest studio on planet Earth. And Georgia already has $300 million, and Marvel and Disney are parked at Georgia. How are you building another one? And he was like, listen, believe me, there's enough space for it. But we're not going to do that. In East Baltimore, where our studio is, that's where we are. We're in Bill Hohen's building, the Hohen building. We have most of the buildings. Senator McCray has been there. And we are now expanding to the building across the street, a building down the street. And Maryland eventually will have its first movie studio, but it's a digital movie studio. We cannot compete with those people. So why would we? There's no need to try.
Yeah.
But we have an art school here. We have a younger art school here. We have a tech base. And we have essentially me and 6 other new creators for Cartoon Network who had no chance of doing this ever in life. And now they're doing it.
I don't want to take you from Baltimore, but we can find space for you if you want to grab it.
Hey, you ain't the only one. New Jersey's called, Florida's called. I'm like, no, I'm not from here. I'm from Florida. But when I was traded here, my kids are from here. My son is at IMG Academy in Florida, the sports school. And you know what they call him? They call him Baltimore. And it's a point of pride for him. He was born in Denver, Colorado, but they call him Baltimore. And he's like, Dad, I got a nickname. I was like, what is it? Fat Butt? What is it? He was like, it's Baltimore. I was like, oh, that's so amazing. So, as much as I want to see the gun trace thing on TV, Apple spent a lot of money here. Remember how streaming works. All that gun trace show, every time it comes on, it's going to say, this is a true story. And it's going to be dubbed in every language on planet Earth. So those people are going to speak French, and they're going to speak German, and they're going to speak Farsi, and they're going to speak Russian. The same way My Little Blue Rabbit that is being made in East Baltimore across from some vacants is going to speak Farsi, and speak Russian, and speak German. That's what animation does.
Very good. Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Senator Solly?
Just real quick, I want to thank you for this, and Senator, I had opportunity to talk to the chairman about a group that did a movie called Harvey in Florida.
Yeah.
And they did the second red carpet here in Baltimore.
Yes.
At the Senator. They right now have got the funds, and we're going to be working with them to make a movie in Baltimore.
Really? That's excellent.
They're coming here. They
That's
have
excellent.
funds, and they just need those credits, so they're working that out. They're just became an LLC about a month now, that they're moving forward, but they want to do movies in Baltimore.
Absolutely.
So
That's great.
That's exciting. I was so excited, and I had an opportunity to talk to the chair about it, and we're just looking forward to do something like that in Baltimore. So
Yeah.
I want to thank you for this. This is really exciting. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, 472, Senator Kramer.
Appreciate you. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. Ben Kramer here to introduce Senate Bill 472, which is a little bill that provides for a constitutional amendment that would require the governor of the state to include in the annual budget bill the appropriations necessary to implement and fund all of the terms of the memorandums of understanding between the state and the representatives of the state employees. This would include the workers on the various state agencies, those of the state institutions of higher education, and the employees of the Maryland Environmental Services. The bill further provides that the state and the designated bargaining unit for the employees select a neutral, emphasis on neutral, arbitrator to serve as a proctor for the negotiations and to hear and resolve any disputes between the parties regarding the conduct of negotiations, including whether the conduct of a party is done in good faith. So why is this important to pass? Thank you for asking that question. Collective bargaining does not exist when one of the parties can simply refuse to negotiate in good faith. Maryland state employees are not permitted to strike when their bargaining negotiations are simply ignored and dismissed. This puts them obviously at a distinct disadvantage and gives them no leverage during negotiations. They are left to rely on the good faith or lack thereof of the employer representatives. Under the current process, Maryland's governor can simply ignore the time, effort, and legitimate work of the bargaining unit representing our hardworking state employees. The current process of collective bargaining is quite frankly meaningless, and it can leave the state employees who keep our trains running on time with wages and benefits and working conditions that can remain stagnant year after year. Arbitration of labor disputes is an extension of collective bargaining and simply provides a vehicle for impasse resolution. Arbitration allows an impartial, neutral third party who is a professional and is exceedingly well-versed in all of the issues and subject matter of the bargaining process to render decisions on items of contention, thus preserving and promoting the bargaining process. Binding arbitration promotes self-restraint for the employer and employee representatives and discourages unreasonable behavior. Quite simply, the prospect of an impasse hearing before a neutral arbitrator provides motivation for both parties to offer compromises and to move swiftly to ensure that their position will hold up under scrutiny because it's reasonable. Binding arbitration exists in many of our counties and has proven to be a successful tool for both management and labor, which is why so many of our elected leaders from the largest jurisdictions in our state support this bill. It's their own personal experiences that have demonstrated to them that the process works. Colleagues, we have witnessed the abusive nature of the existing process for the past 8 years. Many of our state employees have been ridden hard and put away wet, unappreciated, disrespected, and left overworked and underpaid by management. And I know that this committee has done its very best to rectify that, and this bill creates a tool to keep moving that forward. We should never allow in the future our government employees going forward to be treated like this again, because we want to ensure that we retain our existing state employees and recruit the best employees going forward. That's why it's imperative that we pass this bill. This bill provides a fair, equitable, and balanced approach for both sides. And that's what I want to emphasize, both sides, to provide effective and efficient negotiations for our dedicated state employees who deserve our appreciation. Finally, colleagues, the General Assembly will maintain the ability to modify the terms of the governor's budget, and as such, the terms of an MOU, should there be a compelling reason to do so. With that, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I thank you very much for your time and ask for a favorable report to show our state employees who make this state the wonderful place it is to live, play, raise a family, to show them we care. With that, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Senator. David Wright and Lance Kilpatrick.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, very nice to be here. I think it was March 2020 the last time I was in this room, so I thank you all for being here. For the record, my name is Lance Kilpatrick. I am the Legislative and Political Director for AFSCME Council 3, representing approximately 30,000 state and higher education employees across the state of Maryland. You know, May of this year will mark the 26th anniversary of Maryland's Governor Paris Glendenning's executive order, which actually created collective bargaining, created practices that would allow for fair, balanced, efficient, and conclusive matters going forward. And this proposal continues along those paths. You know, the concept behind collective bargaining, as Senator Kramer has eloquently said, is to establish a forum for management and labor to periodically sit down at the table to formally discuss issues including equitable compensation, leave and benefits, processes for employees' input and participation, and myriad other terms and conditions of employment. The linchpin of collective bargaining is a mutual understanding and respect for the process itself, where common ground through deliberation and compromise is acknowledged by all parties. Unfortunately, compromise is not always the case, and under present Maryland law, an employer within state collective bargaining can effectively refuse to move from their initial positions and thus create a stalemate that has no resolution. Without incentive to work towards agreement through compromise, there is no concern for the consequences of inaction. And as many AFSCME members have testified before this committee and others, there are real-life consequences that are happening because of the existing system. Senate Bill 472 is a strong and positive step forward toward enhancing fairness, balance, efficiency, and resolution. It follows a model that is well established in other states and among Maryland counties. We thank you, and we urge a favorable report of this legislation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Wright. I'm with the law firm of Consmith & Collins. We serve as labor counsel to AFSCME Maryland Council 3. I'm here, of course, to urge a favorable recommendation on SB 472. Indeed, as Senator Kramer and Mr. Kilpatrick have said, it is time at this date to move Maryland's collective bargaining law forward and to improve it through binding arbitration. It reduces conflict, and it instills far greater confidence in the process and the outcome. As has been said, many Maryland counties and Baltimore City and many other states have interest arbitration. In Anne Arundel County, Baltimore County, Montgomery County, and even Ocean City, there's binding arbitration. I wish County Executive Pittman could have stayed here to explain how binding arbitration keeps parties together and moving forward. Binding arbitration helps sides get to an agreement. I know because I'm there. I experience it in my daily practice. And when they can't get to agreement, when there's binding arbitration, which is rare, an arbitrator hears evidence and testimony on which party's position is more fair and more appropriate. And that determination is ruled by the law that is built into 472. When the process ends with that type of neutral, rational, and fact-based decision, both sides can have faith in it. Right now, there is very little or no faith in state bargaining. SB 472 fixes that. As to the process to get to that more fair conclusion, 472 helps the entire relationship. It assigns an arbitrator to help the parties during negotiation, start to finish, all along the way, as a consistent presence guiding the parties in the work when needed, only when needed. The arbitrator is there to resolve minor disputes and keep the parties moving forward. And when they can't reach agreement, first there's mediation and an attempt to further resolve disputes. And then the mediator, arbitrator, can proceed with a hearing based on factors set by this body. All of this is what professional arbitrators do all the time, day in, day out, resolving disputes as to process and as to substance. In the end, again, after the arbitrator rules, the General Assembly retains its rights over the budget. SB 472 solves major problems. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the legislation, Senator Kramer. Just a bit of background on my history. I am a former labor leader who actually was not only blessed to be the peer leader of my fraternal order police union, but I was blessed to then be elected sheriff of my county, Prince George's County. So I've seen both sides of the collective bargaining. We in Prince George's County enjoyed through a long battle, and you mentioned our former county executive, Paris Glendenning, who was very instrumental in the collective bargaining process, obviously. We have enjoyed binding arbitration for quite a while. And what I will say, whether I was a member of the union bargaining, which are trying to collectively bargain for an agency whose authority comes from Annapolis, not the county, working conditions from Annapolis, benefits and wages from the county. I will tell you that in all the years as sheriff and as a union member, because we had binding arbitration, we did not need an arbitrator. We came to the table, we bargained in good faith, and each and every one of, and each side knew that we had to come to this agreement. Collective bargaining, like any negotiated process or any collaborative process, everybody's got to put skin in the game. And each side, and during this process, will have to put skin in the game. If you go to an arbitrator, the workers will have to put up skin in the game. The government will have to put skin in the game. But what will not occur, what has never occurred, because while my union, thank goodness, we did not have to go through this process, you will never see an arbitrator give the workers anything that the government or the agency does not have. What will occur is that transparency will occur every step of the way. So I'm in support of this legislation. This is a checks and balances on the process of collective bargaining, of fair labor practices, and I think it's an upside for our workers who put it on the line every day in every facet, as well as for state of Maryland.
Isn't that so, right, Senator?
Yes, thank you.
Senator Jackson, thank you for those words, and I'd be comfortable if you came and sat here.
Okay. We have some unfavorables signed up. Erica Snipes, Harriet Cooperman, Richard Stayer, and Christopher Franzoni.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Erica Snipes, and I serve as the Shared Executive Director of the 3 Maryland Labor Relations Boards. I am joined here by 2 of our board chairs, and we ask an unfavorable report on this bill. I am here in capacity as Executive Director to answer any capacity, day-to-day operational issues, questions that you may have regarding the work of this board, these boards, as well as to be your point of contact should you need any additional information after the close of this hearing. I would like to yield my time to the chairs, and I support their testimony to you. Request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Harriet Cooperman, and I am Chair of the State Higher Education Labor Relations Board. I've been a member of the board since its inception in 2001. Let me just give you a little bit of information about my background. So I graduated Cornell University School of Industrial Labor Relations, and that was over 40 years ago, almost 50. And since then, I have been practicing, well, since I graduated law school, University of Maryland Law School, I've been practicing labor law. I've represented unions, and I've represented management. I represented public sector unions in Maryland. I also taught labor law at the University of Baltimore Law School. I have three very serious concerns about SB 472's creation of the role of an arbitrator to serve in various capacities in connections with the parties' negotiations. First, the board was created, the State Higher Education Labor Relations Board was created to administer and enforce collective bargaining law and resolve unfair labor practices, including negotiation disputes, good faith, failure to bargain, and good faith. The legislation which authorizes a third-party arbitrator to hear negotiation disputes and issue binding decisions directly conflicts with the board's jurisdiction to resolve unfair labor practices. Second, concerns the standard of review. The bill provides that the arbitrator's decisions are final and binding. Can an aggrieved party appeal the arbitrator's decision? Currently, under Maryland law, the scope of review of an arbitrator's decision is very limited. It can only be reversed for fraud, arbitrator misconduct, making a decision beyond the scope of the arbitrator's authority, and blatant mistakes. In contrast, the board's decision and findings can be overturned if they're not supported by the evidence, or a court finds that the board's conclusions of law are incorrect. Last, conflict of interest. The legislature assigns 4 distinct roles to the arbitrator: proctor, judge, mediator, and final offer arbitrator. This wearing 4 different hats creates inevitable conflict of interest. In our circuit court, a judge cannot be the pretrial settlement judge and then hear the case at trial. The problem with this is that with the arbitrator is that if it serves as a mediator, parties tend to divulge to the mediator some information which then can be, in an effort to settle the dispute, the mediator also would have information regarding parties' conduct during the different phases of the negotiation. This would all be inadmissible evidence at a hearing before an arbitrator. But if it's otherwise known to the arbitrator, it could very well inappropriately influence the arbitrator. And let me just say one thing, and that has to do with the impasse, what happens with impasse under both the laws governing state higher education and the other state agencies. There is a void, as the unions point out, there is a void that's created in the current statutory framework once impasse occurs. And the law really offers no effective means to resolve the impasse with any kind of final and binding contract terms on open issues. Our board would welcome an amendment to the law to provide a means to close that void. However, we do not believe that SB 472 is the answer because of the different roles that the arbitrator is playing through the negotiation process and because of the significant conflict of interest, and that it clearly interferes with the jurisdiction of the board to decide unfair labor practice charges.
Okay, well,
I'm
thank
available
you.
to answer any questions. My colleague, Mr. Steyer, Chair of the State Labor Relations Board, will now also explain particularly the issue regarding the jurisdiction.
Thank you for the introduction. My name is Richard Steyer. I am the Chair of the State Labor Relations Board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. I have 40 years plus in experience practicing law, which included labor relations and collective bargaining and participating in negotiations. We are concerned that the authority granted to arbitrators in this bill will encroach on the jurisdiction of the labor boards. What's more, arbitrators don't need this authority in order to implement the impasse procedures that are proposed in the bill and that Senator Kramer spoke of. The labor boards have exclusive jurisdiction over unfair labor practice complaints relating to collective bargaining, which includes the duty to bargain in good faith. The bill here grants arbitrators the authority to render final and binding decisions, self-enforcing, binding and final decisions on collective bargaining matters, including good faith bargaining. Consequences of granting arbitrators this authority, in our view, inconsistent legal interpretations and outcomes between the labor board and arbitrators, and between the arbitrators and each other, and confusion for our stakeholders. All of this can be avoided. The centerpiece of this bill is a new framework to break an impasse in collective bargaining. Parties will submit their last, best, and final offer to the arbitrator, who will pick one. The impasse procedures can be enacted and implemented without having arbitrators decide matters that come under the jurisdiction of the labor boards. The bill provides 11 items for the arbitrators to consider in their written decision. None of those items relate to the day-to-day activities in collective bargaining over which the labor boards have jurisdiction. I welcome any questions you may have.
Very good. Any questions? Thank you all very much. Okay, we'll move on to Senate Bill 477. Not good.
Hello, everybody. It's great to be back here in person. My first time in B&T. Looks exactly as it did 2 years ago. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the Budget and Tax Committee for your consideration of Senate Bill 480, which would establish 2 grant programs. Are we on 480?
477.
477.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry.
God, it's been a day. Again, Senator Katie Frey-Hester, pleased to be here with you all. For the record, so Senate Bill 477 would establish a legal division in the Office of the Comptroller to manage and respond to the private letter ruling requests per Recommendation 13 of the Augustine Commission's report. This is a really good bill for small businesses, and it's also a good governance bill. Hardworking Marylanders and small business owners do occasionally make unintentional errors when filing their quarterly and annual tax returns. Unfortunately, these errors can lead to penalties and fees that are magnitudes greater than the errors themselves. For example, in 2015, these penalties and fees reached a combined $40 million for 200,000 taxpayers. Since then, the Comptroller's Office has worked hard to bring these penalties down over the last few years. For the most recent year we have data, over 5 million fines were levied against Marylanders, so not insignificant. To prevent these avoidable mistakes and fines in the future, Senate Bill 477 would establish a process that is identical to that of the IRS, where Marylanders may solicit direct guidance from the Comptroller's Office on handling specific, unusual, or simply complicated tax circumstances. In addition to this process, Senate Bill 477 would require the Comptroller's Office to maintain a repository where Marylanders may view previous filings in order to avoid these common mistakes. Personally identifiable information, of course, would be redacted before these were publicly available. There is one amendment I will be offering after speaking with the Maryland Association of CPAs. We have drafted an amendment to remove the 3-year sunset on the ruling's public availability so that Marylanders can continue to access this information as long as it is relevant. Our workers and our business owners fully intend to pay their taxes correctly, and they deserve our support when faced with complicated tax situations. So by passing this bill, we can do 3 things. First, we can improve the Comptroller's ability to prevent mistakes from happening in the first place. Second, we can prevent unnecessary fines on our taxpayers. And third, we can reduce the hours spent auditing and prosecuting these small mistakes. I would just like to mention that this was one of recommendation 13 from the Augustine Commission report, and it's been something that the Small Business Caucus has talked about for the past 3 years. And I'd like to respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 477.
Thank you, Senator. I've got Deborah Gorman and Jeffrey Lawson.
I'm Jeffrey Lawson. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm a CPA in Maryland for over 20 years now. I'm here representing the Maryland Association of CPAs and 9,000 CPA members in the state of Maryland. We CPAs are fully supportive of Senate Bill 477 that establishes a private letter ruling process in the Comptroller's Office. As Senator Fry Hester suggested, we are in favor of an amendment that would remove the 3-year expiration that's currently in the draft. I know there was an amendment yesterday in the House bill to change that to 7 years. So while we'd be most in favor of eliminating it in the entirety, the 7 years obviously would be better for us than a 3-year. Specifically, that most states that have these don't have any expiration, nor does the IRS. And it should be noted that the private letter rulings are binding until they're not, in terms of a change in facts, change in law, a court decision that may change the ruling. So while they're evergreen, they're not set in stone, so to speak. But we've waited too long for the ruling process, and we're eager to see these bills passed. We look forward to working with the Comptroller's Office on regulations for the details. We've been looking forward to the private letter rulings program since 2016, when the Augustine Commission report was released, and there actually was 2016 legislation that mandated it, but there was no funding with that. So without the funding, the office hasn't been able to create the process so far. Right now, the normal process for asking technical questions of the Comptroller's Office is very informal, and the answers don't have to be respected by an auditor who may later have a different view than the statesperson who first answered the question. The ruling letter process will bring greater certainty for taxpayers and for us as advisors. I'm convinced it'll help Maryland's revenue stream because taxpayers are able to pay the right amount of tax in the right year and don't have to uncover that under audit or even potential litigation. So we respectfully ask for a favorable vote on the amendment and then a favorable report on the bill.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gorman?
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. I am Deborah Gorman. I'm the Deputy Director of the Revenue Administration Division here on behalf of the Comptroller's Office, and it is my pleasure to speak in support of Senate Bill 477. I want to thank Senators Hester and Rosapep for sponsoring this important legislation. You have our written testimony, and I encourage you to refer to it for any additional detail, but I do want to emphasize a few points here about why this is so important. The private letter ruling, it's a written statement that is issued to the taxpayer who requests it from the comptroller's office, but it's an interpretation on the application of the tax laws to their taxpayer's specific set of facts. It's given prospectively so that the taxpayer, who's frequently a business, can rely on the comptroller's ruling. It gives them certainty around their tax obligations. This is a critical factor in long-term business planning, including decisions about where to locate one's business or whether to continue conducting business in the state of Maryland. Our neighboring jurisdictions of Virginia, Pennsylvania, District of Columbia, they all offer private letter rulings, and tax practitioners, Mr. Lawson can back me up, are routinely asking our office, when will we be able to provide these rulings for their clients? While the legislature has provided us with the authority to issue these rulings, we support this bill, which would provide us with the necessary funding for us to provide this extremely important service to the taxpayers. And I requestfully respect that you return a favorable report on the bill so Comptroller's Office may fulfill the recommendations of the Augustine Commission to provide stronger, more certain business climate in the state of Maryland and to provide the personalized level of tax guidance that our Maryland taxpayers require. And I would just say with regard to the amendment, it is not our intention at any point to take down any of the guidance that would be required to be published unless it was redacted. But that 3-year period that is suggested in the statute is how long the comptroller would be bound by a ruling. We can revoke a ruling if there is a change in the statute, if there is a change in regulations. We know about those things, if there is a court ruling. What we don't know is if the facts and circumstances of the business change, and that's why we would be asking for the business to refresh to the extent that can be served by a longer period of time. As was mentioned, the House looked favorably on a 7-year timeline yesterday. We would be in favor of that.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who wanted to testify on this?
We also have Deputy Comptroller Schaffel here.
Yeah. Noted
Be very
his
brief,
presence.
thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Members, thank you, sponsors. Just to confirm the comptroller's support, I was like an auxiliary staff to the Augustine Commission. This is something the business community was very interested in. It's good policy, it's basic policy, it gives certainty, and it really enforces our continued evolution. You know, we are a voluntary compliance system. We want people to comply. People want to comply. This is what that does. It helps them comply. So we should see greater revenue as a result of this over time. I can't tell you how much, but I believe we will see. And we should see reduced compliance effort. We need to do compliance. Compliance is important. We have to have guardrails. But it's not something we love doing, right? It creates anxiety. It creates frustration. So this should help cut down on a lot of that and let us focus on some of the really bad actors, not those that are just uncertain of what the policy is. So we are very supportive, and as Deborah said, very supportive of the amendment as well. So thank you.
Very good. Any questions, anyone? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
480, Senator Hester.
Kind of jumped the gun on that one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee, for your consideration of Senate Bill 480, which will establish 2 grant programs to stabilize and expand the availability of childcare in the state of Maryland. According to MSDE, 751 childcare providers have closed their doors since the onset of the pandemic. That's over 10% of our providers in the state. This industry has not rebounded like some of the others. And unfortunately, a recent Maryland Family Network survey reported that 51% of all providers are in danger of closing within the next year due to COVID-19 related disruptions. In addition to the issues in the business, the impacts that families feel, businesses and communities where child care providers close are significant and wide-ranging. Parents, single parents, and essential workers who could not work from home during the pandemic felt the brunt of the child care shortage more intensely and we're left with few childcare options. So Senate Bill 480 addresses this in two key ways. The first grant is the Child Care Stabilization Grant Program. This is intended to provide up to $35,000 per child care center of emergency financial support to programs in danger of closing within the next 12 months. The Child Care Expansion Grant Program is intended to increase access and availability of licensed child care providers in the state with up to $50,000 of financial support to new or expanding child care programs that are in the process of expanding their existing capacity. I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 480.
Thank you. Christina Push, sorry.
Yes,
And then-
push, thank you.
And Ruby Daniels. You can begin.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair Gazzoni and Vice Chair Rosapep, and esteemed committee members. I'm Christina Push, Executive Director of the Maryland State Child Care Association, a nonprofit association representing more than 5,000 essential professionals in the child care, early childhood workforce. A big thank you to Senator Hester and King for their leadership and being champions for children, families, and the child care community. MSCCA favorably supports Senate Bill 480 to continue the child care stabilization grants and support our struggling industry. In the best of times, Maryland's child care industry operates on razor-thin margins. Due to the pandemic, providers face devastating losses and unique challenges. The pandemic also reinforced the essential role of child care and early learning for children, working families, and the economy. Critical workforce shortages, increased health risks, ever-changing guidance, and the inflation have heightened concerns for child care providers, and many are at their breaking points. SB 480 provides financial assistance in critically important areas, including staff training, hiring fees, supplies, and important opportunities for capital and facilities improvement to allow more access and availability for families to child care. I want to emphasize the MSD reports and a little update from Senator Hester. As of December 2021, 855 licensed child care businesses have closed, a decline of over 10%. And MSD also reports 44% of the child care programs open are under 50% enrolled. The recently released FY23 budget analysis for the Division of Early Childhood reflects a concerning trend and steep decline of slots in child care for Maryland due to the pandemic. From the last year, from 2021 alone, child care capacity fell by 10,570 slots. We must act now, and SB 480 does so by establishing a stabilization grant program for the next 5 years to address some of these critical issues. Maryland can lead and begin to address the parental needs for access and availability for quality child care, to bolster and expand essential child care businesses, and to begin to improve wages in order to rebuild a sustainable child care system and long-term survival for businesses. We ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. Ms. Daniels?
Thank you. Thank you very much, esteemed members of the Senate Budget Taxation Committee. My name is Ruby Daniels. I'm the president of the Maryland State Family Child Care Association, representing approximately 4,400 family child care providers in Maryland. I'm here to support SB 480. As a family child care provider, I know firsthand the problems we're facing with rising costs and instability that COVID has caused our businesses. My members have reported that the child care stabilization grants, which is the first part of the bill, have been very helpful, but my members are also telling me that they need more help to stay in business. We need more public investment to sustain and rebuild. Senate Bill 480 can provide the lifeline for family child care programs that are in danger of closing. The second part of the bill, which is the expansion grant program, can also provide the financial support for family child care programs who wish to expand to a 4-infant home, increasing access to working families of infants and toddlers. The expansion grant can also help family child care expand to a large family home. This would increase the capacity from 8 children to 12, and may also increase the number of staff by 1 to 2 more providers. This will have more slots and access for families in Maryland. and it will increase the number of providers too in Maryland. On behalf of the family child care providers, we urge you to vote in favor of Senate Bill 480. We all appreciate your support in stabilizing and helping to grow quality child care programs in Maryland. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ruth Carolina Reyes?
Yes, that's me. Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes. Thank you, esteemed committee. I am here to support SB 480. My name is Carolina Reyes, and I'm the owner and director of Arco Iris Bilingual Children's Center in Laurel, Prince George County. It's often said that childcare is the workforce that cares for the workforce. And indeed, that is what we do and continue to do by serving our community despite the difficulties of maintaining a viable business. Sadly, I have seen many of my colleagues closing their centers because they just couldn't continue. COVID-19 has brought a heavy burden on our shoulders. For instance, I have to close my location and reopen elsewhere using loans which I will have to pay back in a very difficult financial environment. I once was licensed for 57 children, and now I am only licensed for 35. However, I only have 21 children enrolled. This is not enough to cover the rent and the $14 to $21 teacher salaries. These are salaries which I want to maintain because I don't want to lose them to the public school system. Having ongoing financial support will help us to pay for professional development, pay for hiring costs. We need to reassure our teachers that their profession is valuable and that we need them to have hope for the field and work is amazing and honor. With the critical workforce shortage we are experiencing, this additional money will help us to provide more attractive compensation. I have already spent almost $50,000 on rent on a new location where I am not at full capacity. I continue to try and make path through the financial impact of the pandemic, but I can't continue doing this alone. My colleagues and other members of the childcare sector cannot continue to do this on their own either. I am afraid that if things continue as it is, we will see even more childcare programs closed down, and the burden of these closures will fall on the primarily women-based childcare businesses. Many of us simply do not have the financial security to keep fighting through this without additional help. I also want to point out the urgency to receive the funds in a timely manner. We urgently need Maryland to continue to support childcare financially, and this bill will do so. You can make a difference. You can ensure professionals like myself who love what we do and strongly believe that their education of young children will better ensure successful leaders for our state. Thank you so much for your time today and listening for my testimony.
Thank you very much. Dominic Puchko?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Dominic Butchko from the Maryland Association of Counties. I'm going to keep this brief. This is a great bill. Local governments need resources for our children, and MACO urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Clinton McSherry.
Mr. Chair and honorable members, good afternoon. My name is Clinton McSherry, and I'm the Director of Public Policy at Maryland Family Network, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in favor of SB 480. You have my written testimony, so I'll be brief. Maryland Family Network is a statewide advocacy organization that focuses on young children, their families, and early childhood education. We consider child care providers to be our very close allies in our mission. You've heard their testimony. It's very compelling, it seems to me. I would just say that as you consider this bill and others in what has been called the child care package, we ask you to remember that when we talk about child care providers, we're also talking about the children and the families that they serve. For parents to earn and for children to learn, they need, in fact, we all need, access to affordable, high-quality child care. Access, affordability, and quality are the three legs of the child care stool, and right now the access and affordability legs are teetering. That, quite simply, is why young children and their families, as well as child care providers, need your support for this legislation, and that's why Maryland Family Network urges your favorable consideration. Thank you for your time. I'll be happy to answer any questions, although since this is my first live testimony in 2 years, I hope you'll go easy on me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for any of the witnesses or the senator? Thank you all very much. Senator Griffith, Ray? You want to do yours?
Sure.
Okay. We're going to go back to Senate Bill 487.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, colleagues. Senate Bill 487 is a bill that's based on the hearing that we had yesterday, the briefing that we had on the Minority Business Program evaluation. I'll make this hearing very brief because I know you all are familiar with the need for the bill, and so I'll just highlight some of the provisions of the bill. 487 creates an MBE ombudsman. It enhances reporting and transparency. It improves vendor accountability, codifies small business set-asides, and provides incentives for mentoring. Now, I will share, when you look at your committee testimony, there are a few entities that have offered letters of information. So, Mr. Chairman, we may have some minor amendments based on those letters to the bill before we ask the committee to move it forward. With that, I'm available for any questions the committee might have.
Thank you. Questions? Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
Moving on to 541.
Good afternoon, committee. For the record, Senator Sarah Elfreth, representing District 30, here to present, I think, something a little different for this committee, which is Senate Bill 541, the Great Maryland Outdoors Act. In August of 2021, the Senate President and Speaker of the House, recognizing kind of one effect of the pandemic, a positive effect, that people rediscovered our state parks and our green spaces to the extent of about a 45% increase in visitorship across the pandemic. Recognizing this and the corollary pressures that that created on our state parks, the Senate President and Speaker of the House formed the State Parks Investment Commission. The Senate President asked Senator Zucker, Senator Edwards, Senator Patterson, and myself to serve on that commission, chaired by Governor Glenn Denning. We heard dozens of pieces of testimony over a number of months. We were charged with looking at the adequacy of existing state parks to meet demand. We looked at operational funding and staff existing and the needs. We looked at the park offerings in terms of activation and the needs. And then we also looked at access issues, fundamental issues about how does every single Marylander have access, meaningful access to their state parks, whether they have a car or not have a car, whether they are able to or need have disabilities. And we looked across the spectrum. Again, a 45% increase across the pandemic, that resulted in about 300 park closures in that time. So we were at crisis levels. Through this process, we obviously appreciate the tremendous public health benefits our state parks provide, but there's also, I want this committee to know, a tremendous economic benefit for our state parks. So they generate more than $14 billion in consumer spending yearly, 109,000 direct jobs, $4.4 billion in wages and salaries, $950 million in state and local tax revenues across Maryland. So many benefits for our state parks, and a tremendous opportunity we have before us with Senate Bill 451 to make a great investment. So what you have before you, the Great Maryland Outdoors Act, is going to do quite a bit of things. I'll try to be brief, Mr. Chair, in summarizing those. Number one, it corrects decades of underfunding of our state park system, decades, through the creation of a park system critical maintenance fund to help pay down over $68 million backlog in repairs that are needed on state parks across the state. The good news here is the governor committed in his capital budget significant funding towards this backlog. There's still more work that needs to be done. It will take a number of years to achieve it. Thus, we need this fund in the bill. The second piece, it's going to address overcrowding at state parks through the creation of a park system capital improvements and acquisition fund. And that's going to do a number of things. It's going to set aside money for land acquisition and new acquisitions that prioritize some of the needs we heard from across the state. Those needs include new and more state parks in central and southern Maryland to relieve overcrowding and expand public access. We need to invest in acquisitions that have historic significance to our African American community, and we need more waterfront and beachfront opportunities for families. Included in this fund is $20 million for transportation improvements, including targeted investments to avoid capacity shutdowns that we experienced across the pandemic, expanding parking availability, and improving trail connectivity across our state parks. We also included funding for increased water access opportunities, such as kayaks and boat launches, funding for historic preservation within our existing state parks, and funding for infrastructure projects that mitigate the effects of climate change, such as flood barriers and forest buffers in our state lands. The bill also supports our dedicated staff and park rangers by fixing decades of understaffing we're experiencing in the park system. We're going to do that by requiring Maryland Parks DNR to fill 100 positions within the park system by 2024, with at least 5 of these staff in the engineering and construction unit, again, to tackle that backlog of critical maintenance we're experiencing, 5 in the land acquisition and planning unit so we can expand our state parks, and critically, 1 volunteer program coordinator to support the incredible work of our Friends of State Parks groups across the state, kind of leveraging their power. We will also in the bill acknowledge the role the state park rangers play as first responders, and thereby guaranteeing them the benefits and rights offered to those individuals who perform this critical public service. We will regularly review the salaries of park staff to ensure we retain the best and brightest public servants. We are losing out to national parks and county parks, and we want to retain the best and brightest staff in our Maryland state parks. And lastly, we're passionate about creating a pipeline of diverse staff, young Marylanders from HBCUs, those fluent in Spanish, foster youth, and others, to enter the Park Service at an early age. We're also going to ensure transparency and accountability as we appropriately plan for the future by requiring the development of a capital improvement plan with appropriate public input to ensure the needs of the park system are prioritized and organized, developing a comprehensive long-term strategic plan we lovingly call the CLRSP internally, to look holistically at the park system and the establishment of new parks, historic areas, trails, and other opportunities, and establishing Freedman's State Historical Park to tell the critically important story of Black Marylanders, both before and after the abolition of slavery, but also to set the groundwork for future partnership parks. We are also going to provide necessary oversight to the park system by establishing the Parks and Recreation Commission within DNR to support that system and ensure we do not reach a critical moment like we are in now again. We have been working, as I said, with many, many stakeholders, including DNR. We met with them just again last week. And we're working on a comprehensive amendment to the legislation to encompass many of the suggestions that came in after we filed the bill. Briefly, those amendments would include adding intent language to the bill, that it's the General Assembly's intent to identify and fund a state park within the Beltway in Prince George's County to create more equitable access. So really thinking about transit lines and how we can place more state parks in the reach of more Marylanders. Changing the staffing of the State Parks and Recreation Commission from DLS to DNR. Establishing the Great Maryland Outdoors Fund. This is coming to us from DNR in partnership. And appropriating funding for that so that the Office of Outdoor Recreation can provide grants and direct marketing organizations for the purpose of promoting and marketing our state parks. Very good news, Mr. Chair. Earlier today, we found out that our federal delegation has brought home about $15 million for a similar purpose, so we hope we can utilize that funding before state funding. We're also going to authorize counties to establish partnership parks through MOUs anywhere in the state, so we can kind of, again, leverage our power between county parks and state parks. We'd like to require DNR to report on the reactivation of Fort Talanoa State Park following an archaeological excavation of the site. And lastly, we'd like to change the effective date to June 1st, 2022. Lastly, Mr. Chair, just a kind of moment to reflect on the opportunity before us. I'm going to steal this from the House sponsor, the majority leader who might be here. He likes to talk about this as the third great moment in state parks. The first was when President Teddy Roosevelt invested, as we all know, in the turn of the 20th century. The second was when President FDR, Franklin Roosevelt, created the Civil Conservation Corps and expanded the National Park Service kind of in the mid-century. And this moment, combined with some actions at the federal level, I think is the third kind of great iteration of our investment in our state parks and public spaces. This is the time to create a nation-leading park system, and I do hope we seize it. So again, I'd like to thank the members of the commission, Governor Glendening, who wishes he could be here today, Senator Griffith and Senator McCray, who are advising us on new opportunities, and frankly, Mr. Chair, the DLS staff has done an incredible job over the last 6 months to make this a reality, and the advocates have been very, very supportive. And with that, it's a very long bill summarized in, I hope, a short amount of time, and I urge a favorable report.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
There's a long list of people who want to testify,
I
too. So we've got Tim Casey and Dean Hughes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Senator Elfreth. That's going to be a tough act to follow. My name's Dean Hughes. I'm the president of the Maryland Rangers Association, and on behalf of Maryland's Park Rangers, I'm here before you today in strong support of Senate Bill 541, the Great Maryland Outdoors Act. Maryland's 75 state parks would not exist today had it not been for the wisdom, vision, and leadership of many who came before us. As Senator Elfreth was saying, from the first land donation that became what is now known as Patapsco Valley State Park to President Roosevelt's Civilian Conservation Corps, which built many of our iconic parks, to Maryland's elected leaders in the 50s and 60s who recognized the urgent need to protect and preserve scenic, historic, and environmentally sensitive areas and establish a sustainable park system for future Marylanders. The Great Maryland Outdoors Act is the modern-day equivalent to those historic conservation initiatives, and it upholds the legacy inherited from earlier visionaries by creating state parks, rectifying decades of underfunding, a lot of things that Senator Elfreth has already told you. But it really is going to further protect our common heritage and facilitate the development of a world-class state park system, which contributes to the quality of life for Maryland citizens and plays a critical role in making Maryland a more appealing and sustainable place to live. We would also like to thank Governor Glendening and the members of the State Park Investment Commission for assessing the needs of our state park system, and especially you, Senator Elfreth, and Delegate Lidke, for sponsoring the Great Maryland Outdoors Act. Your Maryland Rangers are confident that passing this landmark legislation will usher in a new era in our state park system's history, one which future generations will look back on with admiration and gratitude for visionary leadership and bold action. So we urge you to issue a favorable report on this comprehensive recreation and conservation effort so that you and your loved ones and millions of Maryland families will be able to forever enjoy the precious natural, cultural, historical, and recreational opportunities we have here in our state. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tim Casey. I'm with the Friends of Maryland State Parks. I've been volunteering with parks for over 20 years. I love our parks, and I want the best for their future. The Great Maryland Outdoors Act is landmark, it's transformational, and it's strategic. It provides a roadmap for Maryland over time to be a state parks national model. The Friends enthusiastically support the enactment of this bill and giving a favorable report from this committee. The legislation's key feature is its strategic positioning of state parks as a core government function by using the following process. Number one, the State Parks Investment Commission conducted a comprehensive background and research of the state parks' net status and needs, and then approved 40 specific recommendations. Thank you to many senators right here in this committee that were on that commission. Then, taking those 40 recommendations, they were converted into legislation with changes, obviously. A big shout out to Senator Elfreth and Delegate Lidke for their efforts here. The second item is the necessary funding to implement the legislation. And thirdly, the Parks and Recreations Commission provides oversight, transparency, and requires best practice processes through the development of a strategic master plan with independent consultant expertise to review that plan and the plan's goals and make sure we measure the results of those plans. This is an effective and efficient closed-loop system. The second main item I'd like to speak to are the park rangers. The rangers, the field staff, and the headquarters staff are at the heart of Maryland's state park system. The investment in staff increases, pay equity, pay compensation, first responder status will show these frontline rangers and staff we value them and their vast responsibilities, a few of which are stewardship of Maryland's significant natural and historical resources, hosting 20 million visitors annually, directing environmental education interpretation program for families and children, and responding to emergencies throughout the 140,000 acres and 75 state parks across Maryland. These are the best of our public servants. They deserve our respect and support. Please pass SB 541 out of this committee as a favorable. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Young.
Just a statement, particularly while I was a volunteer up here. I was Deputy Secretary of the Maryland Department of Natural Resources in the mid-90s, and I've never worked anywhere in my life where there was a more dedicated group of employees than I found at DNR. And unfortunately, we saw the cuts starting back then. As was said, it's been decades, and it's a shame. And I occasionally got complaints about an employee, and I would check into it and find out that the park was operating totally on volunteers. And, you know, it was just a shame that that had to be. But thank God we had those volunteers that stayed there and made it work. And I guess occasionally one of them got a little impatient with somebody that was being rude, and understand that. But I just wanted to thank the sponsor of the bill, the former governor, for doing it. We have a great park system. It's been sliding for quite a while, and it really, really needs this to move forward. And so I just wanted to thank the sponsor and thank the volunteer while we're here, because the parks would have been closed without people like you.
Thanks. Thanks, Senator Young. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson?
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, yeah.
Chairman. And thank you, Senator Elford and Majority Leader Lukey. Great job. Look, as a person who lives in the rural tier, whose family's from the rural tier, Southern Prince George's County, and I represent 3 counties, Calvert, Prince George, and Charles County. This is a terrific piece of legislation. A question for you. The engagement with our young, with the environmental sciences of our school system, our public school systems. I can tell you that we participated in some programs with the Future Farmers of America, the rural, I'm not sure if they're still here or not, but rural Maryland, you know, Maryland Heritage, which Maryland is about to become one of the designated states in the country. So could you talk about the high school engagements or the public school engagements that we now have, as well as the community colleges and university systems?
Senator, that's an excellent question. I know it's also a passion of our vice chair, and we've had a conversation about creating that pipeline, that meaningful pipeline for our young people in high school and in college. Again, to help Mr. Hughes here staff up at the park side. We know we're understaffed. The bill calls for 100 new staff, but being thoughtful about that pipeline again, and not just any pipeline, but a pipeline that truly reflects Maryland, which is what we're trying to achieve, and we hope we achieved in the bill. But if there's ways that we can strengthen that piece, I'd love to work with you.
Thank you. I will add, I was going to mention it, Senator Elford, that thank you with Governor Glendenning and the staff for meeting with me on those issues. And I have an amendment in the works. So thanks a lot.
Wonderful.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator Sallings.
Sorry I had to step out, but I want to thank you for this bill. I have been talking about this for months with my county executive. And it's something that we know, something like this could really rejuvenate our parks, and I know they need that. So I want to thank you for this bill. I think it's a really great bill, so thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
It's going twice? All right, thank you. Our next witness is Bruce Bariano. I have to say this because Mr. Bariano and I have known each other a long time. I will remember this forever as White Hat Day for Mr. Bariano.
It is.
Great to see you here on this bill.
It is. I've been reformed after all these years. Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'll be very brief. I have the real privilege and pleasure of representing the Maryland Park Rangers. I have for a number of years. I know you know this, but please let me say this. The one good thing, there are other good things, but the one good thing that came out of COVID, to the extent we're out of it, is an understanding and appreciation of what's in front of us, our parks and forests and our recreational areas. And the public showed it, and it's going to continue. It really is. Some of you have seen an article that what's going on up in Pennsylvania, our neighboring state, where they're spending an enormous amount of money doing the exact same thing because of what they experienced. The time is now. This bill has been given an enormous amount of time, attention, and work. All the pieces are needed and can come together. I'm not in any way saying it's untouchable. I'm just saying that they're all in there for a purpose. And timing is everything. You all know that as very fine legislators. So I really urge complete action now. My clients will cooperate to the fullest, as they have all along, with the commission, and we should be very proud. I know they're my clients, but I know them as people. They are just very dedicated Marylanders to make sure anyone coming to the forests and parks really enjoys the experience in a safe, enjoyable, fine way. So we're at your cooperation and your pleasure, and thank you in advance for all the hard work I know you're going to do on this, and for what you've done. And Senator Elford has just been extraordinary on this. Good thing she worked for the Maryland Aquarium beforehand, before becoming a senator, so she came to understand, animals and recreation and stuff like that. No, it really was great. It really was. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mel Poole, also representing Friends of Maryland State Parks. I want to speak to two issues specifically in Senate Bill 541. First is volunteers. Senate Bill 541 recognizes the 5,000 volunteers and 40 partnership organizations who annually contribute 200,000 hours valued at $5.7 million to the Maryland Park Service. These volunteers provide skills, training, expertise, and diversity to the state park workforce and serve as park advocates to surrounding park gateway communities. Senate Bill 541 seeks to correct a long-standing underreporting of volunteer hours due to inadequate reporting software and a lack of organizational support structure for volunteers and partnership organizations in both parks and headquarter offices. The second issue, and perhaps the most transformational element of Senate Bill 541, is the recognition of the need for a significant acquisition of new state park lands, given the 100% increase in park visitation that occurred from 2010 to 2020. The focus on increasing parkland will reduce capacity closures in existing parks while using all modes of transportation to bring disabled, diverse, and underserved populations to parks near population centers and featuring water-based recreation opportunities. Adding significant parkland and facilities using universal and sustainable design principles will significantly reduce natural and cultural resource degradation due to visitor overcrowding and aiding in climate change resiliency. We fully support 541 and urge a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Brooke Barco, and up until a few weeks ago, I proudly served as a Maryland Ranger at Gunpowder Falls State Park. Ever since I was a little girl, I explored the parks and trails within our state park system. That passion led me to pursue a seasonal job during the summer, which I absolutely fell in love with. I now had a desire to compete for a park ranger position, even tailoring my college degree to this goal. My dream became a reality in 2017 when I received a phone call for what at the time I thought to be the start of a lifelong career. Soon after, I attended Ranger School, where I was transformed into the iconic jack-of-all-trades park ranger, trained in a multitude of disciplines and ready to handle any situation thrown at my way. At first, I enjoyed the fact that I was only one of 6 rangers for my park. I was always challenged and played an integral role in the park's operation and appearance. However, as time marched on, the realities of the challenges faced by our state parks that we've heard so much about today became impossible to mask. These realities are also taking a toll on the hardworking men and women who keep them staffed, keep them operable, and keep them safe. Rangers are constantly surviving and never thriving due to the demands and unrealistic expectations placed on them. Burning out, I soon found myself dreading going to work as I found that passion I once had inside me fizzle more and more each day. To me, this was absolutely crushing. The career I once wanted so badly became the career I needed to escape from for a better quality of life. I began searching for new opportunities within my field and soon accepted a position with Calvert County Parks and Recreation. Although I've only been with Calvert County for a short period of time, it has already given me renewed perspective on how valuable and just how challenged state park rangers are, as every day they accomplish the unthinkable. I come before you today to share the brutal reality of how many of your dreaded park rangers feel, and what will continue to happen if we do not see a positive change for our state park system. I am just one of many rangers who have left the Maryland Park Service in recent years, as they did not like the direction in which our system was headed. Senate Bill 541 provides the proper and necessary support and resources that our state parks need so desperately. Maryland citizens need leaders to take charge and be the change makers that will alter the course of their state parks for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. Very compelling, important lessons for us. Thank you. Eric Fisher, excuse me. And then Ellie Cowan and Dylan Snow.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Eric Fisher. I'm the Assistant Director for the Maryland team at the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, also an urban planner by night. We are here very excited about Senate Bill 541. Saving the Bay is as much about land and people as it is about the water. And these things combine in beautiful ways, probably nowhere more so than our state parks. And this bill, a note on land. Forests, meadows, wetlands, those are our best natural filters. They help clean up the bay. For this reason, we have goals as a state and as a watershed organization of 6 states to preserve land. Unfortunately, we are behind on all of those preservation goals. This bill will help us get back on track. A word about people. Spending time in nature has been shown study after study to improve health outcomes, to improve productivity, to benefit our economy. But perhaps most important, spending time outside builds a knowledge and a love for nature. And that creates the hope that ultimately sustains our efforts to clean up the Chesapeake Bay. For this reason, Maryland and the 6-state watershed consortium has public access goals. Unfortunately, we are behind on those goals as well. Not only are we behind, but we are falling behind Pennsylvania and Virginia and New York in achieving our public access goals. This bill will help us get back on track. We're particularly pleased to see the standards for capital investments on pages 14 and 15 of the bill, which recognizes our natural filters are also climate fighters. It recognizes that projects should improve water quality whenever possible. It recognizes that equitable access is paramount as we move forward. And it recognizes that we need to make sure that we do not exceed our carrying capacity as we invest in state parks. These principles are going to set us up for success. We are blessed with an incredible natural wealth in this state. It is the envy of the nation. Let's secure it. Let's keep it accessible. Let's pass Senate Bill 541. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellie Cowan, Dylan Snow, Alicia Hawkins.
All right. Well, it's great to be back here in person. After 2 years, you'd think I'd be used to the foggy glasses. My name is Ellie Cowan. I am the Director of Government Relations at Preservation Maryland, which is the statewide historic preservation organization. And in our 90 years, Preservation Maryland, we've had long-term interest in preserving and restoring and expanding our state parks and protected lands. And so as such, very enthusiastically supportive of SB 541, which really represents the greatest investment in our parks in a generation. You've heard about the many laudable goals from my colleagues, so I'm here to focus on the investment in the preservation and maintenance of the vast number of historic and cultural resources in our state parks. You may or may not know, but Maryland Park Service and the broader Department of Natural Resources protect more historic structures and resources than any other entity in the state. And a DNR study found that visiting historic resources was the #1 interest of visitors to Maryland state parks, only tied with walking. So this is not only an issue for historic preservationists, but it's also important to the visitors who are coming from all over the country to visit our state parks. SB 541 achieves 2 goals. First, there is a system-wide survey and assessment of historic and cultural resources and assesses the preservation needs there. And so this is a critical step because if we don't know what's there, we can't preserve it. And the next step to that is funding, which this bill provides. Additionally, we really appreciate the special attention paid to the establishment of historic parks that preserve and interpret the stories of historically underrepresented communities so that we're telling the full story of all Marylanders. We think that that's an essential aspect to it, and we really thank the bill's sponsors for acknowledging that and providing a pathway to do that. So in summation, we request a favorable report, and we really hope that we can get this done this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dylan Snow. Alicia Hawkins.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I am Felicia Hawkins. I am the Director of Operations for Maryland Professional Employees Council, AFT Local 6197. We represent over 5,000 employees in state service, which includes park rangers. This pandemic reminds us of the importance to better use our resources. With record-breaking numbers of over 21.5 million park visitors last year, Maryland's parks proved to be not only one of the state's most valuable resources, but an inclusive resource worthy of the investment SB 541 asks. At the height of the pandemic, parks served as a refuge and a holistic antidote for Maryland, and they remain to be very important and vital to the state's recovery, as they contribute to the overall health and well-being of Maryland citizens. They also provide opportunities to enrich the quality of life for people of all demographics. To use the resources that our parks provide requires adequate staffing, and I'm sure you guys have heard a lot about the understaffing of our parks. And this, of course, places a strain, and it's very stressful, especially with the record-breaking numbers right now on our rangers. So in order to resolve that issue, of course, we would have to be more competitive in our wages with the salary and benefit compensation packages. So with that in mind, our park rangers are trained in emergency services, and they perform the duties of first responders. And right now, they're not designated or classified as emergency responders. This bill will require the state to actually certify state park rangers as emergency medical responders, and it also sets forth the necessary salary and benefit components needed not to improve staffing. And for those reasons, we ask you to support SB 541. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Dylan Snow, and this is my first time testifying on anything, and it's a little nerve-wracking, not going to lie. But I am not here as a representative of any organization, nor do I have a title. I'm just here because this is something that I care about. Senators, I've lived in Montgomery County my whole life, in District 19, soon to be District 14. And I have always loved visiting our state parks. When I was little, my dad would always take me to Seneca Creek State Park. And recently, I've been heading up around to the Baltimore area to go to Patapsco Valley and Howard County to Patuxent River. I am a student at Washington College over on the Eastern Shore. And there it has given me another perspective of the beauty of our state. And one of the ways that we can best preserve that is through our parks. Senators, I have always been a hiker. I care a lot about our trails, our environment, and I love to learn about history. And these are all things that our state parks have the potential to do. I ask you to please report favorably on this bill, as this would be the greatest investment in our parks in a generation. I hope to live in this state my entire life and one day have a family here. And this would help make that decision a lot easier, Senators, knowing that there are all these resources to enjoy nature, recreation, and learn a little bit of history. Yet, Senators, I know this is the Budget and Taxation Committee, so you want to talk about money. Let's talk about the value of this. This isn't just about nature and letting people have fun. Study after study shows that access to green space in parks increases mental health and physical health of people that live near them. And investing in this act now will help prevent costs down the line. With that, Senators, I appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I urge a favorable report on SB 541.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Sorry? Felicia, I'm sorry. No. You did, I think. Yeah, I think. Have you, I apologize. Have you testified?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'd love to have it again, but we got some other people here, so my apologies. Colby Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, and we come in support of Senate Bill 541 with a couple of amendments. It's very rare that the ag community comes in on these types of bills, except for there's some really good pieces in this bill that we want to make sure also ensure that the ag community is covered on that basically surround all of our state parks. And so we love how the bill really tries to focus on using that payback money that needs to be paid back, that was taken back in the early 2000s. And so utilizing that one-time funding is really good, and we see some of that money goes directly into the Maryland Ag Land Preservation Foundation. One of the things that I really like about the bill is we do a really good job of funding buying land, buying state parks and things, but maybe do a crappy job of maintaining them. And so I think that's what this bill is trying to do, is to really jumpstart and get those people in place that need it. That's not only manpower, but it's also resources. And so one of the things we see with state parks and forested areas and wildlife management areas is that the habitat's not properly maintained. And so what happens is the deer go in and annihilate the ground floor, the forest floor, and then in turn they're hungry. So what do? They shoot out and encroach onto the farm fields around them and start eating the farmers' crops. And so you've heard me talk for years now about how we need to try to curb some of that damage. It's roughly about a $60 million a year hit to the farmers when the wildlife damage, whether it be bear in western Maryland or deer around the state. So this bill, we hope to have some of that habitat repayment in there as well. But the one thing that I did want to bring up, and I'm really happy that the bill sponsors have already looked into this, and hopefully we'll have an amendment for it. But the Urban Agriculture Water and Power Infrastructure Program is a brand new program that has been patchworked in Baltimore City but we want to create a statewide program. Delegate Boyce and Senator Griffith have put that bill in, and we would love to see, it has a funding piece in there, and we would love to see a portion of this payment in this bill go ahead and fund that. And I think the way the bill sponsors have talked, that can be done. So we do appreciate the opportunity to speak on this bill and adamantly support and hope that you will move this bill forward.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dominic Buchko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dominic Butchko from Mako. Another short testimony. Great bill, awesome bill. I was going to make a joke that we have such a collaborative relationship, we steal Parks employees, but in the interest of time, I won't. Really quick, Mako supports us with amendments just based off of the innovative partnership model that is looking at state and federal parks, bringing that to counties. Thank you, Delegate Lutke and Senator. That is just awesome, and we would like to see that expanded. With that, we urge support with amendments. Thank you.
Much. Going once, going twice. And last but not least,
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Carmine D'Alessandro. I am Chief Legal Officer for Chesapeake Employers Insurance Company. We underwrite 20% of Maryland's workers' compensation market. I also serve as president of the Injured Workers Insurance Fund. We are the third-party administrator for all the state of Maryland employees' workers' compensation claims. This is obviously my first time before this committee because this is the first time we've had a workers' compensation issue come before this committee. Obviously, I listened to the bill and I support 99% of it. I'm here to discuss the amendments to Section 9503 of the Labor and Employment article. We've heard about first responder status, and what the amendments have done is taken all the different first responder elements out of the Workers' Compensation Act and taken them and applied them to this class of employees. Normally, first responder presumption bills are standalone bills that are vetted through workers' compensation oversight. Senator Klausmeier is the chair of that, Senator Feldman is the vice chair, and then heard by Finance and ECM. And the reason is not all first responders get all of these benefits. For example, police officers are first responders. They get enhanced benefits with heart disease, but not lung disease. Firefighters are first responders. They get benefits for lung disease because the vetting process is to look at the science, look at the medicine, and tie back what conditions are reasonably relatable to the employment. For example, as we sit here now under the law, DNR police officers get first responder status for Lyme's disease. If someone contracts Lyme's disease, it is presumed related to his or her occupation. So we're just asking that this be a standalone bill, taken out of this bill, and go through the normal workers' compensation channels so these issues can be vetted. Thank you.
thank you. Any questions, members of the committee? Yes, Senator Young?
I don't have a question, but I actually have that standalone bill that went through EE.
Meaning it's passed? Or it's in a hearing? You've had the hearing on the bill he's talking about?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? I have one question. I don't understand the issue. Is there something specific in Senator Elford's bill that you object to?
So obviously, everyone employed by DNR, or all these new employees that you would be talking about, have workers' compensation coverage under Maryland's Workers' Compensation Act. They fall and break their leg, it's all covered.
I got it.
There's certain conditions that certain types of employees get enhanced benefits.
I got it.
So, for example, police officers don't get.
With all due respect, you said that, and
Right.
I got that.
So I object to all of these conditions being put in the bill without there being any evidentiary basis for these conditions being tied back to.
Does the bill as drafted, in your view, expand the workers' comp coverage for folks who work in the Park Service?
Yes.
That's the issue?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just was trying to clarify. Yeah.
Sorry for not answering your question.
That's okay. Senator Zucker?
Thank you. I think what I heard you say is that you agree with 99% of the bill?
Well, obviously, all the stuff that, I mean.
Well, that's a pretty good record that you're 99% right most of the time and you're wrong 1%.
There's
but
the last two pages. So, yes.
Okay, any other questions or comments, toasts, whatever? Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
I think that's it, right, in terms of, okay, we're done with this bill. Terrific. The question then is, what is the next bill?
567.
567. Senator Elfreth is back again. The Elfreth hour.
Done with that bill, but not with me, Mr. Chair. All right. Members of the committee, thank you so much. For the record, Senator Sarah Elfreth here, representing District 30, to request a favorable report of Senate Bill 567, what I believe to be a very necessary tool that will require the State Department of Assessments and Taxation, SDAT, to properly assess certain agricultural improvements as agriculture rather than commercial property. This committee knows because we have breweries, wineries, creameries across the state, I hope in almost everybody's district. This is a burgeoning community of small businesses that are both preserving our precious farmland while also diversifying incomes and creating significant tax revenue via the value-added products across the state. Unfortunately, in the last year, SDAT has instituted a new provision that we believe incorrectly assesses these value-added agricultural improvements as commercial property. This bill is seeking to revert the practice back to what it was before this change because we believe it's an inaccurate classification. It's also resulted in significant increases in agricultural taxes to these businesses, anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000 a year, depending on the size of the property, at the same time when farmers can least afford to comply or satisfy these requirements. Again, SB 567 ensures that SDAT recognizes these value-added industries as what they are, agricultural endeavors. The legislation goes on to protect a variety of agricultural entities, including our beloved hayrides, corn mazes, pumpkin patches, and produce farms from the same reassessment. The potential reassessment of these entities would not only undermine the strong agricultural presence in Maryland, but also limit civilian access to these programs, services, and seasonal activities. Now, there's been a bit of heartburn on this bill if folks look at the fiscal note. We appreciate that there's some concern and some of the opposition you might hear today. We believe it reflects a potentially overly ambiguous wording in the bill that I would love to correct. Our intention was to right a wrong and ensure that the 77 wineries, the 33 farm breweries, and the 7 distilleries that currently exist, and the dozens that are in the pipeline for opening, that those alone would be assessed fairly. We plan on introducing an amendment to further clarify the intent of the bill and bring the fiscal note down significantly and hopefully satisfy any opposition. At the end of the day, when amended, and when hopefully we adopt this legislation, Maryland can effectively support agricultural entities and businesses, a keystone community in our state. In addition to these protections, entities that have been previously and incorrectly reclassified as commercial property would be refunded for those reassessed taxes. This legislation is necessary to amend the harm that has been incorrectly inflicted on Maryland's agricultural entities and farming communities. Once again, Mr. Chair, I respectfully request a favorable report with amendments once we correct that ambiguous language of Senate Bill 567 to protect and financially protect and support our agricultural community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Senator, yeah, you got it today. You're good. Go ahead.
Where do you have these?
The ambiguous language?
Yeah, the ambiguous part with the places that have venues for wedding receptions, big parties. Where do they fall in your bill?
That would fall under agritourism, which the bill includes. And let me just pull it up. It's on page 3 that I think we could probably tighten the language. And I might not have the bill in front of me, which would be a mistake. Page 3, I got it. Page 3 of the bill. Lines 1 through 4, the manufacture, packaging, storage, promotion, or sale of value-added agricultural product, including any dairy product that is derived from ingredients produced on the agricultural land. All of that is good. I think where we're getting a little confusion is the last part, or any associated agricultural land. So I've spent the last 24 hours since we received the fiscal note in a lot of communications with MACO, and this seemed to be part of their challenge with it. I think it could be read could be read. For instance, I have a winery in my district, Great Frogs Winery, highly recommend folks go. That should be, in my view, assessed as agricultural land. It's a winery, it's agriculture. That's what we're trying to keep as agriculture here. I think if folks might read this couple lines here as saying if they were to open, let's say, a wine shop on Main Street in Annapolis, that could be read as any associated agricultural land, that would be assessed as agriculture instead of what it should be properly assessed at as commercial. So I think if we clean up this language a little bit, we will stick with the intent of the bill, which is that agricultural land should be taxed as agriculture, not as commercial.
So let's take a building as large as this room, or even half as large as this room, that has a bar, has venues there where they have 50, 100 people in for various things. You're calling that agriculture?
If it's on a farm, yes. I would be, I think that's how we define agritourism, and if that's a challenge for the committee, I'd be happy to work that out.
Other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Kevin Addix with Grow and Fortify, representing value-added agriculture in the state, also representing wineries, breweries, and distilleries. First, thank you to the senator for taking up this important legislation. First, it's important to note that the state has enacted numerous statutes over the years and policies designed to encourage farming. And the reason they do that is to increase the viability of farms, to give farmers additional tools in their toolbox to save and preserve that farm. Then jurisdictions authorize those activities on farms. And first, the farm has to be a farm. It has to be agriculturally zoned. It has to be actually farming. And once they are first a farmer, then they are allowed to apply for subordinate uses, secondary uses of agritourism or a winery or things like that, which they cannot do on a farm unless they are zoned appropriately as agriculture and approved by the county as a farm. So the county has adopted that it's a farm. The state has given a nod in land use code that these activities are a farm. And that's what's given rise to wineries, breweries, distilleries, creameries, corn mazes, all manner of activities where the public is able to directly engage with agriculture. It's a win-win-win-win. It has numerous times kept the farm with the family rather than as development, which is unfortunately the only alternative to these farms and for these farm families. Then enter the pandemic. Very difficult for the industry. Then enter SDAT, who during the pandemic redefined, reevaluated, reinterpreted their policy and decided that on a farm that's been agriculturally assessed, agriculturally approved, approved by zoning, approved by state law, the winery is no longer ag, it's now commercial. The creamery is no longer ag, it's now commercial. During the pandemic, tax rates went up dramatically for many of these farms who were inspected due to this policy. It penalizes farmers who have developed these activities on ag zone land with approval of the county, who has said, okay, we agree that these things are agriculture, only allowed to happen on ag zone land. There was never an intent with the bill, and we're happy to clarify it, that this be done off agricultural property. And with that, I urge your support of the bill.
Next. Thank you. The next witness is Colby Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. 2 bills in 1 day. How about that? Again, we come in support with no amendments on this bill. I think we're fine with clarifying that language to make sure everybody is clear that we're talking about a farm. We're not talking about alternative locations. But our thing of it is that as Farm Bureau, we want to make sure that when we have farmers that decide to diversify and they bring the next generation back and they need to diversify into, instead of just planting corn and soybeans or growing poultry on the eastern shore or doing dairy in western Maryland, that there's got to be an opportunity to try to retain ownership in some of that product. And so one of the things that we've done very well is that we farm at Metro's edge, is what I call it. So we have a double-edged sword here. We have a lot of population, and which is good, but on the backside, we have a lot of conflict with land use and those kind of things. And so it's very expensive to farm in Maryland. And so when we have an opportunity to increase the margins, retain ownership in the product, and sell it directly to consumer, now all of a sudden SDAT says, woo, we can make some money here. And so we reassess that as commercial. And those are the things that are not written into the pro forma when you go before Mid-Atlantic Farm Credit to get your farm loan. And all of a sudden now you get a $2,000 to $10,000 increase. That's the margins that are there to try to make this thing work. And so what this bill does is basically fix it back to the way that it's been for all the years that we've been doing value-added agriculture. And so we hope that this will move forward. We think this is a good cleanup bill. And, I just don't want to see us, if we don't fix it now, then SDAT decides, you know what, because that field of corn out there got cut and we let people walk through it, we're gonna deem that commercial as well, because that's the slippery slope we're on. So we hope you go ahead and fix this today, or fix it this year, and make sure we're taking care of our farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Young?
Yeah. What I brought up, I only have one concern. I'm all for the wineries and the creameries and that. I want, though, that something there that says the farm it's on is actually being farmed and producing the products that are there. Because I don't know if they still exist, but I know there have been some where there's been a 10-acre farm. They open a winery, they buy all the products someplace else, and they're really not farmers. I want to protect the real farmers, but I don't want to create an opportunity for somebody to play the game.
I think that's all of our intent
Yeah.
here. So if we need to clarify the language, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I agree. I think Frederick County, where we're from, that's the distinguishing difference between an agritourism activity, which is a corn maze, pumpkin patch, Christmas tree farm, and then more of a special event venue that is out and allowed on an agriculturally zoned land, but is not agritourism. That still stays, and this bill does not touch those. This focuses on the farm alcohol production and the value-added agriculture as well as the agritourism. And that's what we want to make sure we do.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Anna Cheney.
Hello, and thank you very much. Appreciate all that you do, your hard work and dedication for the citizens of this state. I'm honored to be here and respectfully request that you support Senate Bill 567. As a 13th generation Anne Arundel County farm resident, farmer, and currently serving as the chairperson of the Anne Arundel County Ag Commission, I'm asking you to support this bill and thereby show your support for the farming and ag industry of Maryland. After 25 years of working in another aspect of food service, to be able to afford to buy our 160-acre farm in southern Anne Arundel County, I am now finally a full-time regenerative ag farmer. And as is the case with most, if not all, types of working farms in Maryland, we're required to obtain permits, certifications, licenses, and to learn federal, state, county, and local health, food safety, sanitation, and handling regulations pertaining to our ag crops and our value-added products. We're subject to inspections, recertifications, and annual licensure in some cases, as well as tasked with all the normal operations, HR, and administrative tasks of running any business. So, at Honey's Harvest Farm, we grow all of our 50-plus species of perennial fruits, nuts, berries, and herbs in our agriculturally zoned farm, in addition to 20-plus annual fruits and vegetables. We offer grazing farm tours and allow our community and visitors to connect with our land and to learn about our practices and using living soil and our permaculture practices. They learn about the 40,000-plus native fruit and nut-bearing trees and shrubs that we have planted in conjunction with DNR, that provides sustenance for our customers and future generations alike. Because I'm willing to jump through extra regulatory hoops, obtain additional insurances, and to personally offer guided tours to our visitors, produce value-added products from these crops that we grow, we foster a sense of pride, stewardship, and desire to support the preservation of our agricultural and open space lands to these customers, and also because suddenly, out of nowhere, an arbitrary reinterpretation of existing Maryland tax code now threatens to apply extraordinary and additional commercially assessed taxes upon my family's working farm located on agriculturally zoned property, thus potentially threatening our ability to finally break even and move forward toward financial viability. I ask you to vote in favor of Bill 567 to support the sustainability of our farm and thousands of additional hardworking family farms in Maryland. As one of the previous gentlemen noted, parks and farms have been vital to life, especially in this wake of COVID, as the gentleman stated earlier. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the witness? Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
not only is Ms. Cheney a wonderful farmer, she's also related to our Senate family. She's the daughter of Dottie Cheney and our Secretary of the Senate's
wow.
office. So
Terrific.
thank you for
Okay.
being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions I'm happy to answer about agritourism, because I hear your concerns, and believe me, at the county level, they work very hard to regulate and make sure that every single farm is actually a working farm beforehand. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator
Thank you
Elfreth.
so much.
Okay. Sorry? No, I didn't. Pamela Giganti, there we are. Oh, I see.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Pam Giganti, and I, along with my husband, Mark, own 61 Vineyard on a farm winery and value-added producer we are in Montgomery County. I want to thank you for your time and attention in hearing my testimony in support of 567. Although we just opened in October of 2021, our vineyard has been in the works since 2014. We have invested our time, energy, and money into its establishment. What brings me here today is that on January 14th of this year, I found on security footage that we were visited at the tasting room by persons unknown to me. We were closed at the time on winter break. I was surprised to see 3 individuals walking around. They were measuring our tasting room, which is a barn that's been on the property for 80 years. We were not notified prior to the visit. They didn't leave a note that they had come by, and I had heard nothing since. In investigating who they might be, I became aware of the reassessments that have been going on around the state, changing assessments from agricultural to commercial for some buildings on farms, and I don't even know how that's a thing. No notice, no discussion, just we're going to increase your bill. Please know that we have budgeted and planned for years. We know what our expenses are and how we will manage them. We have not planned on this unknown additional surprise expense, and it will create a hardship. We have already committed our funds for the year to new plantings, new equipment, production expenses, and new hires. A large bill at this time will negatively affect our operations. This whole situation is upsetting and feels punitive to our operations. Your help in correcting it now is needed and greatly appreciated. Thank you.
The next witness is Matthew Boley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matthew Boley of Rifkin Wiener Livingston, here on behalf of Maryland's breweries, wineries, and distilleries in strong support of SB 567. And also, I'd like to thank our sponsor, Senator Elfreth, for her advocacy and leadership on this issue that is incredibly important to our agricultural community. So, why do we need this legislation? SSTAT has begun to assess these mom-and-pop farms as non-agricultural establishments. Let's consider the impact of that policy. That means in 1 year, Maryland farmers saw their tax assessments increase anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000 in a year. I suggest this committee that any assessment or any policy decision that creates this outcome ought to be reversed. This type of unpredictability is something that will have a clear and convincing detrimental effect on Maryland farmers. Additionally, looking at the code, I do not see anything that should have prompted this new policy by SSTAT. That section of code, Tax Property, Farm and Agricultural Land, Section 8209, has not been amended since 2006. I am unaware that SSTAT received guidance from this body that they should have changed this assessment policy. We are only aware that this change in assessment has been levied by SSTAT in the past few years, certainly in the last couple of months, without any guidance from this body to support that decision. Regarding the fiscal note, I do not believe the fiscal note is accurate. How can the state have reliable projections on revenue that has not previously been collected, that was not supposed to be collected, because there is no precedent for it? The fiscal note shouldn't be relied on. But let's imagine for a minute that the fiscal note is correct. Mr. Chair, the impact of these increased assessments by SSTAT demonstrate that we need this legislation. If SSTAT can squeeze over $80 million a year from these small mom-and-pop establishments, that is exactly why we need to pass this legislation. Maryland farmers operating on such thin margins who have resorted to agritourism as a reasonable way to diversify and increase their revenue streams, who have long been under economic strain, even more so in the face of the pandemic with inflation, labor shortages, supply chain disruptions, and the like, cannot continue to operate under these conditions. The approach that SSTAT is taking is exactly how we lose family agriculture and open space. Policies like this are why a farmer makes a decision to sell the family farm to a housing developer or some other commercial entity. And with that, I respectfully ask for your support.
Questions? Thank you very much. Kevin Kennelly. And then we will move to the next bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Kevin Kennelly here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in opposition to House Bill 567. You have my written testimony. I just want to touch on two issues here. First is the fiscal note. The fiscal note is what it is, and I appreciate the clarifying amendments to sort of address that, but obviously that's a concern. But the second issue here is that counties are very concerned that this bill could create an uneven playing field. And let me tell you why. So let's say that you come in and you want to buy a historic property and you want to put a bunch of money into it and make a really cool venue for parties and events and weddings. And you do that and it's great. And let's say that that building is in a commercial zone. Well, somebody else comes in, a year later and says, well, I have the same great idea and I want to build a really cool venue to host parties and events and weddings. And I'm going to go down the road and I'm going to build that building, but it's going to be on ag land. And all of a sudden, that building that's on ag land now is paying 10 cents on the dollar compared to what the commercial building, the historic building that's in a commercial zone is paying. So you can see how that creates problems at the local level. And I think it's a great example of why we need some flexibility here. That's what we're asking for. Counties routinely grant these kind of exemptions, credits for various different industries, and they try to pull all the right levers, just like you all do, to make sure that we maintain an even playing field. So we're not opposed to the ideas in this bill, but we're opposed to the one-size-fits-all approach, and we'd appreciate some flexibility to do this locally, because again, we think that if you pass this bill, it does create an uneven playing field, and it undoes a lot of what we've done locally with a lot of local input from various stakeholders, and again, trying to keep things even. We don't want somebody who's in a commercial zone to now be competing with the same kind of business, the same clientele, but now that person on the ag land is paying 10 cents on the dollar as opposed to the person in the historic building in the commercial zone. So we want to work with the sponsor, with the committee, with the advocates. I've appreciated the conversations so far, but we just would ask for some flexibility here, and we are very, very concerned that this could create an uneven playing field locally, and so we'd ask for an unfavorable report on the bill as it sits in front of us.
Thank you, Senator Elfreth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank Mr. Kennelly for working with me to try to correct or clarify our intent here. I guess my question is, the hypothetical you pose, the county is still in charge of the zoning, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
But if the county could not call that historical building that's in a commercial zone agriculture to get the same benefits under this bill at the ag rate, which is about 10 cents on the dollar.
we might need to negotiate a little further, but
sure.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Senator Corderman?
Thank you. Quick question in regards to, again, the hypothetical. Going down the road, as you said, would they be producing anything on that property or not? Or
I'm sorry, so if, on the ag lands? Sure, they could be, but if you're creating a building for parties and events and weddings, and it's the same business, the same clientele that you're competing with for somebody who bought that historical property in a commercial zone, you can understand how the person on the commercial, and with the historical building in the commercial zone would be upset. And again, these are decisions that are they're made locally with all this kind of input on how to balance these needs. And so we just think it's going to create problems locally. And so we just want some flexibility here to do this locally.
not per se, it was back to my friend for accounting when he had the question to the Farm Bureau as far as if we're going to do this, we're going to make sure we're doing it in areas where they're actually growing that. So that's why the
Sure.
question of your hypothetical. So thank you.
Any other questions? I have one. I think I understand it. From all the testimony, it seems as though these properties have been assessed at the agricultural rate until like the last year or two. Is that your understanding?
So I can't speak for SDAT. I don't really know what's going on there. I heard the testimony as well. I'm not sure if there's been a change. It sounds like there has been, and I'm not sure what prompted that. But, you know, we're just, again, we're just worried about this upending a lot of the stuff that we've done locally and trying to balance.
Well, the reason I raise it is that, I mean, I don't have a position on this at this point, so I'm not on one side or the other, but it just seems to me, you're saying there could be a problem if these buildings on agricultural land are assessed at a lower rate, but it seems like they were being assessed at a lower rate. So looking at the history of how did it work before the change in the assessment is kind of relevant for the county. So I would encourage you to actually get up to speed on that, because I think in your conversations with all of us, I think it'd be helpful to understand the significance of this.
I've certainly reached out to SDAT. Again, this is an entirely state function, assessment of property. Counties have nothing to do with assessments for property. So I'm trying to get a handle on it. I agree with you.
Well, that'd be great.
I'd like to understand
If
it.
you need help getting SDAT's attention, we're happy to help.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Going once, going twice? Thank you. 5:42, you want to take over, Mr. Chair? I think I will. Yeah, good. By all means.
5:42. Senator Kagan.
Exactly.
I don't know how many we're supposed to have at the same table. Can we go?
You're fine.
Mr. Chairman, are we
Just
okay all at the
roll
same
as long
table?
as you're comfortable. Let's
All
go.
right.
Let's go.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, colleagues. For the record, I'm Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Gaithersburg and Rockville, and here with a really important bill for the nonprofit sector. As many of you know, because almost all of you are co-sponsors of this bill, our nonprofit organizations are in every jurisdiction, every county, every legislative district, and make a difference in our community and our quality of life. Whether it's about social services and feeding the poor, or supporting battered women, or housing the homeless, literacy, or the joy and quality of life of the arts and humanities. Anything that they do is really making our world a better place, and Maryland is known for its excellent nonprofits. Since the 80s, Maryland has had prompt payment laws, and they apply to contracts, and they help our small businesses. The problem is that there is not payment parity, and that's what this bill seeks to rectify. You will hear stories, and I will just mention briefly a couple, of nonprofits that wait endless months and months, and sometimes literally years, to receive the payments that have been promised them. So, about 45% in a survey done by Maryland nonprofits last year, about 45% of these 700 nonprofit organizations have a less than 60-day cash reserve, and a third had less than 30 days. A lot of these organizations are kind of living on a shoestring, hand to mouth, trying to perform the services in the community. We are bringing this bill as a result of the Mega Council, which passed this body a couple of years ago. The Mega Council is setting up as the Maryland Efficiency and Grants applications, and it's setting up a common app so that our nonprofit organizations don't have to fill out endless bureaucratic forms for applications and reports and stuff, so they can do kind of the same way that kids apply for college, kind of fill out one form, put it all in one portal, have it uploaded, and have every department or agency have access to it. It's a great idea. It's a multi-year effort, and this bill is recommended by them as a way of starting the process of improving fiscal life for our nonprofit organizations. I've got Henry Bogdan with me, you all know, from Maryland Nonprofits, and I just want to mention that yesterday this bill was heard in the House, and there's a huge cross-section of folks that testified, ranging from Maryland Out of School Time Network to the Community Action Council of Howard County, Accessible Resources for Independence, Historic Solderly Plantation in
Sounds
Southern
like a lot of
Maryland.
people really need it.
Many
Absolutely.
others.
Yep.
People really need it. So the last thing I will just mention to you, since 2018, Accessible Resources for Independence is owed money. Since 2018, they're located in Glen Burnie. Behavioral Health System in Baltimore is owed more than $11 million from the Department of Labor. Image Center for People with Disabilities in Towson owed over $140,000, again, since 2018. And the last one, Mr. Chairman, the Community Action Council of Howard County had to borrow $960,000 from a bank to finance their operations because payments had not come through. I will just flag for you that there is a very small amendment that we have drafted at the request of the judiciary. They are already exempt from the Prompt Payment Act and procurement, and so they asked to be similarly exempted from this, and they're not really sort of covered or doing this work anyway. So we are okay with that. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Rob Malone and the rest of my witnesses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon. Chair Gazzoni and Vice Chair Rosapep, great to see you, and committee, thank you for being here today. I'm Rob Malone. I'm the Executive Director for the ARC in Prince George's County. I'm also a founder and board member for Community Youth Advance, and I also sit on the Maryland Efficient Grant Application Council that Senator Kagan just mentioned, and that council consists of committee members from the nonprofit sector, from government agencies, advocates, and community leaders. And again, this is one of the outcomes of that committee in terms of driving efficiency in the payment process. As Senator Kagan said, the state contracts with nonprofits to do all sorts of things to benefit the community and our residents. It could be academic enrichment for vulnerable kids. It could be temporary housing for the homeless. It could be mental health services or substance abuse services. And when you do that with nonprofits that don't have a lot of cash on the balance sheet, they simply cannot carry the cost of the delay in payments. Nonprofits also run by people of color, data shows, have 76% less in capital or assets than white-led nonprofits. Clearly, that's a mirror image of how wealth has been distributed in our country. So you can consider which organizations in our state would have a more difficult time applying for and executing grants where their payment is not predictable. So the current system we have today locks out smaller nonprofits. It locks out nonprofits run by Black and brown people. And when they're not paid timely, sometimes they're unable to meet payroll. And so the very people that are in our state that are here to help people in need can have their own families impacted by the fact that we have these late payments if that nonprofit does not have a letter of credit or some other capital to attach to. If a vendor sustains those payment delays and uses a line of credit, technically the only one benefiting from that is a bank. So I believe there should really be no difference between how the state processes payment for state contracts and these nonprofit grants that support our community. And I hope you will move this bill forward with a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Henry Bogdan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Henry Bogdan, Policy Director at Maryland Nonprofits. Am I close?
Your mask on when you're, keep it on.
I'm going to look bad in the camera, but I'm okay.
No, we masks are all.
Blow it off.
On. On.
Okay. And this is one of the newfangled N95s that goes over this way.
Good demonstration.
There you go.
There we go.
You look great.
All right.
Well, now you know me. I'm here from Maryland Nonprofits. This has been a problem as long as I've been at Maryland Nonprofits, and I've been there, this is now my 25th year. Some of you may know me from before then, but this just is a recurring issue with agencies. This bill simply brings parity. All the language in the bill is drawn from either COMAR provisions that govern the processing of invoices that were adopted about 5 years ago with some of our input, or the statutes that the Senator referred to. Most of the agencies, almost all these agencies deal with this right now. They cite, well, we have issues with the comptroller, you have those issues right now on procurement contracts. We think it only makes sense to move forward here. The cost of doing business is not something that can fairly be pushed down to these nonprofit service providers. Whether they're big or small, they have issues with trying to front 3, 4, 5, 6 months worth of money that they're due from the state. And I want to be clear when we're talking about grants, because this is terribly misleading. The grants we're talking about are basically reimbursement contracts. It's not the case. Some agencies actually make grants where, like a private foundation, you get a check, and then you go do the work, and they're happy when you do the work. Here, you get a go-ahead, and you start doing the job, and then you wait to be paid. You can see the problem. Out-of-school time programs, they may start in September. They may not get paid till December. That's hard to sustain if you're a small organization. Just cite the variety of the programs that you'll see testimony from, whether large or small. Community Action Council in Howard County is able to get a $900,000 line of credit, but they don't have a revenue source to pay for that because none of their other funding streams allow them to pay the interest on that. So they have to do charitable fundraising to pay the interest. Foundations ask nonprofits, why do you need to come to us for money when the state's supposed to be paying you? Be happy to answer any questions and defer to next witness.
Thank you. Senator.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Mr. Bogdan about, do you agree with the fiscal note of the bill?
The fiscal note is the cost. The fiscal note is the cost of, I think, 10 staff positions in 4 agencies.
Right.
I'd point out that the majority of the agencies surveyed for the fiscal note said they could do this within existing resources, which does raise the question why they're not doing it. That fiscal note is well less than 0.1% of the amount of grant money these agencies put out in the course of a year. If we can't fix that this year, in this budget year, we're not going to get it done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Jordan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lisa Jordan with the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault. We are a nonprofit. We also represent all of the rape crisis centers across the state of Maryland, 17 of them serving every jurisdiction, so serving your constituents. Although I am here for MCASA and representing the Rape Crisis Center, I hope you appreciate that this is just one illustration of some of the challenges that all nonprofits are facing with the state grants. We're here in support of Senate Bill 542. I want to thank Senator Kagan, who is indeed the nonprofit senator. The nonprofits that we work with range from hospital-based programs to very small nonprofits in rural communities. They provide direct services, so these are counseling, advocacy, shelter, emergency room accompaniment, people who are providing services on hotlines, on legal services. But it's important to know that we're also small businesses. We create jobs, we support the local economy, we pay salaries, rent, health insurance, and supplies. The state of Maryland, as you've heard, provides grants. Many of ours are administered by the Governor's Office of Crime Control, Youth and Victim Services. Some of these are pass-through funds from the federal government under the Violence Against Women Act and the Victim of Crime Act. Others are state funds. They primarily support staff and operational costs so we can help survivors, women and men who have been raped, children who have been sexually abused. The pay is not great and the work is hard, and the state of Maryland is making it harder because you don't pay your bills on time. They're not paying the reimbursements. I ask that you please do look at our written testimony. Several of the nonprofits that work providing rape crisis services provided stories. And, you know, people, they don't want to come out and say, hey, we're having trouble meeting payroll or paying bills. So not everyone wanted to put their name on that letterhead, but those are all programs in our state. And think of, in particular, the one that really tugged at my heartstrings, and I remember it so vividly. During the pandemic, at Christmas time, the state of Maryland had not provided a small nonprofit in southern Maryland with reimbursements, and they almost missed payroll at Christmas during the pandemic. It was only because one of you, a member of the General Assembly, intervened that they were able to get the cash to make payroll. 3 quick points. Reserves, it's unrealistic to expect people to have reserves to cover 4 months. Lines of credit, we don't have collateral. You know, we don't have inventory. Most of them don't own their own places. And just one more thing, Mr. Chairman, the federal government provides direct grants to some of us. They provide payment to us within 1 to 3 days. And not only reimbursement, but also anything we're going to expend in 10 days. So for those reasons, we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 542.
Thank you very much. Senator Young, did you want to ask something?
Yeah, I just wanted to affirm something. You know, the grants we give here, the capital grants, they're a life send to a lot of the local organizations. A couple of years ago, we got a nice size one from the Boys and Girls Club in Frederick. Now, the guy who was heading up the club at the time is a major contractor, does good work, does it on time, knew all the rules, submitted everything. Here's my Rotary Club. 6 months after they completed the job, they had not been paid. And I know that he had contact with them enough times that the time they spent talking to him on the phone, if they had spent getting the money out, they could have had it. So it's a real problem, and I don't know the answer except to put them in the position to having to do it. And I don't understand why they need a lot of extra employees to do that. It's pretty simple on a lot of it. They turn the paperwork in, it's all there, and usually it's done right. I know some small organizations might have trouble with it, but somebody there just has no pressure on them to turn it out, because other grants, like you said, with federal government and all, do come out quickly. So, you know, I'd have to support this bill just because it needs to be done to save these little organizations from the problems they are, and I wouldn't want to approve any more extra employees to do it, because I think if they do their jobs, they can do it.
Thank you, Senator.
That's a statement more.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't that true? We've heard a lot of bills already this session, all dealing with this for lots of contractors, lots of issues. We know we got a big problem here, so we're going to figure something out. Kevin Canale.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in strong support of this bill. Me too.
Excellent. Michael Bullis?
He is not able to come today. He didn't realize that it was in person when he signed up.
I
So,
see.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, he's reflected as being favorable, and you've already mentioned image before, so. Very good, thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
See you, Rob. Okay, Senator Hayes, 543. Next up.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of Budget and Tax. I'll be very brief. When I heard on the floor today that you had 17 bills, I knew it was going to be a long day and I'd be doomed. Senator Antonio Hayes. For the record, this is a very simple bill that was brought by one of our city council people who serve at the local level, and you'll hear more from Mako and MML. But it's very confusing to a lot of constituents when they see the publication that's required to be posted in a general circulation paper about the real property tax. This bill hopes to clarify that for many of our residents. That's the bill.
Very good. Kevin Canali, Justin Fiore.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Justin Fiore, Government Relations Manager with the Maryland Municipal League, here in support of Senate Bill 543. As the sponsor said, this is needed because the process right now is very confusing and it's harmful to the relationship that local governments have with their residents. It requires us to say that this is a tax increase when the rate is either staying the same, or in some cases, even local governments drop the rate, but we're required to publish in a newspaper that we're raising rates. So it's confusing, it's harmful. We're glad to see this change come through. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Kevin Canali here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in strong support of Senate Bill 543. I'll echo everything that Justin said. And, you know, I think that this bill is a step in the right direction for constant yield. It's legalese, and most people do not understand what it means, and they think that you're raising tax rates when you're actually not. People's assessments have gone up, which is generally good for a homeowner. We do have the homestead property tax cap. That's meant to keep people in their homes and limit the assessments going up. The assessments are phased in over 3 years, any kind of increase. So there are protections in place. We think that the language is confusing, and we think this is a really good step in the right direction, and we'd ask for a favorable report.
Very good, thank you. Any questions, anyone? All right, thank you. Senator Patterson, I know you've been back there. Sorry, we're trying to keep to the order. Great, 553.
Thank you.
Number 17.
Lucky number, I guess.
Somebody had to pull the number.
Oh, we'd like to thank you, say the best for last.
I know we did.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the Finance Committee. We said you want.
Budget tax.
Pardon me?
Budget tax.
What is it? Okay. It's been a long day, almost as long as yesterday.
Yes.
Budget and finance, we appreciate the opportunity to budget and taxes. That's okay. Okay.
That's okay, we feel like we do the work.
Okay, well, just my colleagues, how about that? Okay, good. It's good to be here, and I come this afternoon to talk a bit about a great bill. A bill of fairness and inclusion is how I like to sort of put a headline in on this bill, Senate Bill 553. This bill deals with subcontractors. You probably heard it before. This bill was before this committee, I think, in 2019, but did not make it out of the House. So we are back again because we think it's an issue that needs to be placed on the front burner, if you will, because people are hurting in this county, in the state, and we want to make sure that we ensure that we come up with an equal playing field for those who may not have had the access to fully participate in a program of business and subcontractors. But specifically, this bill speaks to the lack of retaining fees for subcontractors who have a business, who are trying to keep the roof on the building, if you will, making sure that they have monies to survive like that of others. But we want to make it very clear that Senate Bill 553 is a balanced approach. It's about fairness. It only applies to undisputed retainage proceeds and would pay that which would be, I guess, owned by the contractor at this point, contractor at the completion of the project. Now, there's some concern about how do you determine the range of what that is under consideration for being disputed. And I have two good experts here today that are well prepared, that are willing to step up and answer any questions and further discuss this bill. But finally, I just want to make sure that we put on the table for discussion, not just here, but hopefully throughout the session. And we've already been doing it for the last 2 years, talking about inclusion and making sure that programs that we implement and other programs that we don't leave a segment of people behind. And that's the real nexus of this bill. And with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Jim McCullen and Mr. Bruce Bariano, who are experts in this matter, to further talk about Senate Bill 553.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Bruce Bariano, here on behalf of ACE, as I mentioned earlier, an organization of alliances of specialty contractors, subcontractors, primarily union, a few non-union. We're very appreciative of Senator Patterson putting this bill in. The theme is somewhat similar to the bill you just heard before and other bills you may hear, and it is all people in business or endeavors or doing work, they want to get paid on a timely basis. That's all. It's a very, very simple bill. Very, very simple bill. A couple of years ago, this exact same bill was passed relating to private contracts. This bill only deals with state contracts, which is why it's here as procurement. So a couple of years ago, this was done. There's been no problem, and the sky has not fallen. And it's very simple for the following reasons. The parties to the job determine in the contract that they have what is going to constitute substantial completion. No one's asking you all to do it. The parties to the contract, they're going to establish that as they're going to do other terms in the contract, okay? And that's amongst them, and that's fairness there. So once you get to substantial completion, where you just have final punch list, if you're doing the work, you'd like to get at least that part of the undisputed completion, you'd like to get that from the retainage. And the problem is we don't get it timely. This bill creates a 90-day period of time, which some might even think is too long, but that's what we did. We're in the private sector, so we'll do it here, where when you reach the point in the job, contractors, subcontractors, where it's substantially all done, there are still some things to do with the punch list, and it's undisputed. Give me that part of the retainage that you're holding to make sure I do the job, even though you're going to hold a little bit more because there's a punch list. It's fair. It's logical. It's important to individual businesses that are small businesses and minority and veteran businesses, what have you. Everyone wants to get paid for their services on a timely basis. So we really urge this bill. It's a part of what you heard, with the nonprofits. question of timely payment of obligations. And in this case, you have contracts that establish that, and the person will not pay. And if there's a provision here saying 90 days, then we have some action we can take thereafter. Thank you very much. Thank you again, Senator Patterson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I keep thinking back to when my late husband was an electrical engineer, and we stopped doing projects for the state many years ago, just because it was just too hard to collect, to get your money from them. But what happens after the 90 days? What is the next step that someone has to take that doesn't cost them money to
There is
collect?
nothing, well, I'm not trying to make a joke. They can call their elected official or someone else in government, because after the 90 days, they have violated the obligation in the law.
Right.
So trying to maybe avoid hiring a lawyer, which is, one way to do it, you can legally stand on your leg, because you can say, the 90 days are up, this is the law, you've got to follow the law, give me my money now.
Okay.
So it helps greatly. And you might even be able to go in, you can also go into court, and you're going to have a very solid situation there, because the law says 90 days, you got to pay the undisputed, and already you've agreed in the contract what is substantial completion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Champ McCulloch, representing the Maryland Associated General Contractors, a trade association for commercial construction companies. Just in case some of you don't quite understand how retainage comes to be in the first place, Maryland law provides that a state contractor for a contract over $100,000 has to file a payment and performance bond. And the performance bond, as the name suggests, is there so that the state can go to the bonding company in the event the contractor fails to perform and get relief and get the job done the way it should have been. 5% is the amount of retainage that the state can withhold under those circumstances. How does the money accumulate? Contractor invoices a state, let's say it's $10,000, the state will pay back $9,500. And the $500 goes into a pot, that's retainage. The purpose of retainage is to give the state a club to beat on contractors, to make sure that they finish their work. Well, frankly, this is not the case in many states, and it doesn't need to be the case in Maryland, as Mr. Bariano has pointed out. This bill very simply says that where there is retainage being held and there is no dispute that it is due, the state must pay that amount within 90 days of substantial completion. Substantial completion as a practical matter means the state has taken possession of the facility and is using it. What remains to be done is, as Mr. Bariano described them, punch list items. The state can retain money required to do the punch list items. There is also a provision in existing law that regardless of retainage, if the state deems it necessary to withhold some additional amount in order to protect the state's interests, it can do so. So the state has a performance bond. The state has that provision that they can withhold what they think is appropriate. And all we're asking is that when there is no dispute that an amount is due, that the state pay it. And we're not even saying pay it within 30 days, which is the usual state policy. We're saying pay it within 90 days. The practical consequence of that is that these punch list items frequently get worked out. If there's a big problem and that retainage is in dispute, then there are mechanisms in the law and in the contracts to resolve those disputes. We urge you, please, to give Senate Bill 553 a favorable report.
Very good. Any other questions? Okay. Senator? Thank you. You did it.
Have a good evening.
With that, we're going to take 2 minutes.
And they're going to be
Take more than 2 minutes. 5 minutes, and we'll start our voting session. we'll just see how far we get. We probably won't go more than 20 minutes, half an hour. See if we can knock out a couple.